Yo guys, and welcome back to another AC3 stream. We're gonna be continuing today with the second part of our in-depth story run. And yeah, we're still quite early into the game, about sequence 3, still playing as Haven. But we're definitely gonna be getting to the corner part today and really get started with the, actual storyline of the main character. So yeah, definitely quite excited for that, and to kind of like read up the database entries and get like a more in-depth understanding of this game again. Also, hey there, Mr. Cody, claiming the first. And how's it going, dude? I hope you're well.
Hello, Charles. Any luck finding our mystery woman?
Word is she's been stirring up trouble just outside the city in a town called Lexington.
Well, then that's where we'll begin our search. I'll meet you there.
Simpsons of Smithfield, the finest provider of beef, veal, and
I got you, Mr. Cody. Yeah, that's good that you got some points from last stream. Also, hey there, Game for Platinums. Thank you for the lurk. Very much appreciated.
the Braddock expedition. Rumors circulate that the Braddock expedition has
Ah, nice. What type of tricks did you learn, Mr. Cody? I know a thing or two about video editing, so I'm intrigued to hear.
The Silver Fox offers all travel.
Zoom eye transition. Yeah, that's a nice effect to learn. I guess transitions in general are such an important tool in like montages like that. Kind of like keep the flow between individual scenes like artistically. Especially with like, gaming montages.
There will be a presentation of the latest taking.
Yeah, dude, it's definitely important skills to have if you want to like make like really good looking montages. Yeah, I mean, what about your graphics card though? What graphics card are you using? And Rod, mate, welcome, and welcome raiders. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome everybody. Hey Rod, hey Demise, how are you guys doing? Long time no see.
Whoa! Damn, man, look at that, look!
Look at this view. This game is so beautiful. I love how like this fog is like slowly creeping in. Yeah, maybe Rod, maybe. Yeah, for some reason I can't jump into this haystack. Kinda weird. Guess I have to synchronize another time. I waited too long. Yeah, now I can do it.
Discreet, efficient, and cheap. Willing to consider all offers.
Westphalian products go to Herr Hoyts. The best products come directly from the Rhineland, now at your fingertips.
Yeah, it's like still worth revisiting, in my opinion. I feel like it aged quite well, to be honest. Like, you know, whichever game has like floating how are these things called? Scarecrows. You only find this in AC3. It's like one of my favorite areas in any AC game, I feel. What put it with the Frontier and kind of like bring nature a bit more of the focus of the series was really well done, I feel. And yeah, and for those who don't know, the team that worked on the snow physics, especially in Frontier of course, and also the wildlife, they ended up working for Rockstar on the same wildlife and snow physics aspect on Red Dead Redemption 2. And yeah, I feel like they did a really outstanding job with both games. Especially considering, you know, the time that each game has been released in. Avon isn't as talented of a hunter as Connor is. Nor is he as good as a sailor as Edward is. So what are you good at, Avon? Ah, that's right, not making sense. Yeah, that's it. Took a week to finish AC3. I mean, that's alright, like, considering how much content there is in AC3. Like, you can easily spend 50 plus hours on a playthrough of AC3. Depending, of course, you know, how much stuff you do. Sequence 3. Unconvinced.
Have you found her?
She's made camp not too far from here.
Excellent. Well, the sooner we're done, the sooner we can get out of this cold.
May you walk the land
Move
of the
faster on
dwarfs.
horseback. I am afraid I have some bad news, sir.
Oh?
Braddock is insisting I return to service under him. I've tried to beg off, to no avail.
No doubt he's still angry about losing Pitcairn. To say nothing of the shaming we gave him. Do as he asks. In the meantime, I'll work on having you released.
I'm sorry for the trouble.
Not your fault.
We're too late.
Fire's only just been snuffed. Snow recently disturbed. She's close.
Odin! It's with us!
The tracks are fresh. They must be hers. Seems she took to higher ground. Out of the snow and into the trees.
So, hey there, Timmy. Welcome.
Wait here. Oh, damn it. Wait! Come back! You return to Braddock, Charles, before he grows suspicious. I can handle things from here.
But, sir!
But nothing. Go! Stop running! I only wish to talk!
Yeah, dude.
Not your enemy!
Bath is just so good with the soundtrack
hear me out.
that he created for this game.
Gods, woman! Only let me speak!
can kind of also tell the influence of Hans Zimmer, you know, which was like one of his musical mentors, I guess. Oh yeah, dude, you gotta love when that happens. Like, there's one mission in this game, The Midnight Ride, where you have to be completely stealthy while escorting Paul Revere, I think is his name. That mission can, you know, fuck off. Because that dude is just always going to be like suspicious and drawing attention to us. And once he gets detected, you know, the mission is basically a fail, at least optional objective wise. I mean, I kind of figured out a way to do it like more successful, and now that I, you know, I had to do it a couple times. But yeah, it's still kind of like frustrating. Yeah, someone called Peter. There's a lunatic running loose on the frontier. Yeah, exactly right. Go left, go right. Oh, I said left. So where's she?
You try my patience, woman!
Are you touched in the head?
Me, Haytham. I come in peace.
Why are you speaking so slow?
Sorry.
What do you want?
Well, your name, for one.
I'm Gadzit Zio.
Pleased to meet you. Gadsday.
Just call me Zio.
Dio.
Zio.
Dio.
Now tell me why it is you're here. Where did you get this?
From an old friend.
I've only seen such markings in one other place.
Where?
Well, it is forbidden for me to speak of it.
I saved your people. Does this mean nothing to you? Look, I am not the enemy.
Close to here, there is a hill. Meet me there, and we'll see if you speak the truth.
It's kind of funny foreshadowing, right? Because that he says he's of the enemy is not a fact. It's just something, you know, that he believes in. But in a way, it's kind of foreshadowing. Yeah, Loki wouldn't be happy with this. Not at all. Killing all these
That
wolves.
town hosts soldiers who seek to drive my people from these lands. They're led by a man known as the Bulldog.
Edward Braddock.
You know him?
He is no friend of mine.
Every day, more of my people are lost to men like him.
Then I suggest we put a stop to it. Together.
What do you propose?
That we kill Edward Braddock. But first, we have to find him.
Okay, let's have a look at the database. And there we have Katsne Zio. Was a member of the Kaningaga nation, living on the frontier lands near Boston at the time of the French and Indian War. Assassin records indicate she was the daughter of the Lakoiana, or clan mother, and from an early age was being groomed for leadership herself. But many in her community chose to ignore the incursions by colonists into the area, and growing tensions between the French and British, Katsne Zio was convinced that they presented a very real danger. She began to argue to anyone who would listen that the village should take action rather than staying silent, which was contrary to the will of the clan chiefs at the time. She refused to follow their orders to remain neutral, deciding to fight back in her own way and recruiting help where she could get it, including from Haven Kenway. So yeah, what's kind of interesting is that the clan mother is her mother, which means, you know, she's the grandmother of Connor. Which the game never really like showcases that much in the game, I guess. It's more something you find out through the database. Jesus, what are you doing, Haven? Okay. I think it's because you actually can't climb any trees. Yeah, where's Braddock Lee? That is the question.
I don't trust you.
I know.
Yet you remain.
That I might prove you wrong.
It will not happen.
So you say.
So I know.
Yet, I remain.
May you walk the land of the Duat.
Indeed. May you walk there.
Wait here. A Mohawkman is likely to raise suspicions, if not muskets.
This is hardly the first time I've been amongst your people. I can handle myself.
I hope so.
Can't stand being quartered there. The endless crashing of the waves, the sting of the salt in my eyes, and the goddamn gulls shrieking and shitting everywhere.
You're sure that's where we're going?
Aye, the Bulldog's putting together another
Where is
expedition.
Charles Lee? That's what they're calling him now. Expeditions.
Aye, smart too. Slap a fancy name on something and all evil is excused.
I hear tell the French are readying to move on our positions. Wonder what Braddock intends to do about it.
He's already left for the advance camp. I'll wager our little holiday here is just about ended. We'll be marching south before week's end.
Oi! Where you going, Cully?
Me?
No, the other cock Robin.
Well, I was leaving.
Oh? And now?
Well, now... I'm going to feed you your teeth.
And you were worried I was going to be the problem? You're hurt.
Oh, that's nothing.
Here. This should stop the bleeding.
Are we done with this pissing contest?
Thank you.
We should move on. Meet me at Braddock's camp when you're ready.
Dear God, Basim will have my head for this!
Yeah, what would Basim say to all this? Kinda cool, you can jump from a horse into the haystack. It is moving itself. I reckon if you know, you would ever do like a video for AC3, that would be like a cool move to kind of like start a mission with. Because to be honest, the climbing mission actually could kind of be set up like that, because there's literally a moving haystack that goes into the into a fort that you can use. Ah, very nice shot. So you're really going to like plan it out a bit more. That's definitely understandable due to kind of like give it a certain consistency, I guess. Will you be influenced by the canon choices at all? Or how will you like decide which dialogue to choose? Sequence 3. Execution is everything.
Use the snowstorm to mask your approach. Having second thoughts?
Hardly. But I'll have to approach this carefully.
Go on then. I'll keep watch from here.
I can hide in that cart.
Okay, no, it's a card actually. But I guess it kind of works.
What's in the wagon? I need a full inventory.
As you wish. Let's see. 2 barrels of salt, 12 pounds pork, 10 pounds beef, 7 dozen eggs, 16 wheels of cheese. None of it French, don't worry. 5 bottles of whiskey, couple dozen new uniforms, boots, and leather for patching.
Blankets to cart feed for the horses. What else? That's it? That's all there is?
Those cannons are like to cause trouble. Perhaps I could sabotage them.
John Fraser, also spelled Fraser or Frazier, was a Scottish-born trader living in the area of Fort Duquesne during the French and Indian War and participant in the Braddock expedition. Fraser left Scotland sometime after 1745, possibly because of political troubles. The Frasers had supported the Stuarts, who were on the losing end of a rebellion. He set up a trade on the upper Allegheny River, but was quickly run out of his cabin by the French. He moved further down the river, near modern-day Pittsburgh, built a new cabin, and continued to trade. Fraser was one of the settlers building a fort on the side of Fort Duquesne, near his own land, when the French took over again. Fraser supplied Washington's attempt to reclaim the fort in 1754, which was followed by the defeat at Fort Necessity, and served as the chief scout during the Braddock expedition. After Braddock failed, Fraser gave up on the area, depriving the French of a third opportunity to chase him off his land. So I suppose that's a small victory. He moved to the Tuscarora Valley, before finally settling at Fort Bedford. I got you, Rod. That makes sense. You kind of like, have like certain character traits you kind of like determine at the start of a playthrough, and that you kind of like stick to throughout the playthrough as well. That's what I kind of did with the Candid playthrough, because not all the choices have been represented in the book. More like they haven't. But there are definitely certain character traits you can work out of a book. To make her feel like it's consistent. And, one of them, for example, was that she's like good-hearted, so she's trying to help people whenever, Cassandra can. And, yeah, she's definitely rather interested in the truth than trying to deceive people. So I feel like that's also, a good trait to go with. So yeah, that sounds definitely like a good choice to kind of like, make it seem like the character is the same throughout the game. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, dude, I'm looking forward to see how you will enjoy that Odyssey playthrough. Having like certain dedicated character throughout the game. To have a battle of Fort Necessity. This was one of the opening battles of the French and Indian War, and it's important that opening battles are quite exciting, otherwise everyone just sort of loses interest. In 1754, George Washington was sent to the head of the Ohio River Valley with a group of Virginia militia. The land there was contested territory between the British colonists and the French. Washington's mission was to retake Fort Duquesne and drive French forces out of the area. Washington and his troops attacked a French patrol at Jumonville Glen in what would be the first act of violence in the war. Washington expected a return attack and so had his troops build a palisade wall surrounding their supplies, a fort of necessity, hence the name. But they might as well have called it a fort of inadequacy, because supplies ran low and the militia and the British regular reinforcements were quickly overwhelmed. On the 4th of July, Washington surrendered, was allowed to retreat, and someone else was put in charge of naming forts. It was Washington's only military surrender, though he had plenty of strategic retreats. The Aspen was alive and well even then. Okay, so this doesn't really give us much of a story importance, so I'm gonna skip kind of like enemy types. But yeah, everything that I deem kind of like important towards the story, we're going to read. We have Concord. This was a Regulus destination when they set out from Boston on the day of the battles of Lexington and Concord. Inside the town, the British found cannon, flour, swordfoot, and musket balls. They broke the cannon and threw the rest into the local mill pond, a bad idea, since the local residents retrieved most of it later, undamaged. In their zeal, the Regulus also accidentally set fire to the local meeting house. It happens. And then joined the bucket brigade to help put it out. However, the local militia saw the smoke and thought the Regulus had set fire to the whole town. The militia marched in, causing a battle with the Regulus at the North Bridge, just outside of town. It was a comedy of errors with very little comedy. The Battle of the North Bridge battle was immortalized in the Concord Hymn, a popular poem by Ralph Waldo Emerson. Emerson lived in Concord in the 1830s, which probably made him a bit biased. He refers to the fighting at the bridge as a shot heard around the world. A bit of an overstatement, since the first shots of the war had been fired at Lexington hours before. Maybe he would have been napping, you know, what poets are like. Yeah, you know, like for AC2 I didn't mind reading all the database entries because there's definitely a lot less of them, and usually the buildings are very much tied to like some of the story importance, I guess. In AC3, you know, having done it last year, like basically having read all the database in every game, I kind of want to, I guess, yeah, as you say, like filter out kind of the story stuff. And leave like historical tourism for another time, I guess. So yeah, I really want to focus on everything that's story. Also, 2K Cowdog, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. And welcome raiders.
General Braddock refused the offer. There will be no truce.
Damn it! Why, George? What reason did he give?
He said a diplomatic solution was no solution at all. That allowing the French to retreat would only delay an inevitable conflict. One in which they'd now have the upper hand.
There's merit to those words, as much as I hate to admit it. Still, can't he see this is unwise?
It doesn't sit well with me either. We're far from home with our forces divided. Worse, I fear Braddock's bloodlust makes him careless. It puts the men at risk. I'd rather not be delivering grim news to mothers and widows because the Bulldog wanted to prove a point.
Where is the General now?
Rallying the troops.
And then it's on to Fort Duquesne, I assume?
Eventually. The march north will surely take time. There's a copy of the plans in the command tent should you wish to review them.
At least this will be ended soon.
I tried, John.
I know, my friend. I know.
That map will surely be of use. I need to find it.
Yeah, it's been going good so far. Playing some more AC3 today with our in-depth story run. You know, I very much appreciate the raid. no matter how many people come with or not. I very, very much appreciate it, dude. And that's the voice. I hope the work goes well. Thanks again for coming by, and yeah, enjoy your lurk. Yeah, you know, I think it's really cool how they kind of like built in Washington as like a side character, you know, at the start of the game, and then he becomes like this important, you know, I guess more important side character later. But yeah, like he's here, you know, just talking with, I think it was Fraser just now, the one we read up about. And he's also there later at the assassination of Braddock. Actually, you know, working with Braddock against Haven and Zio. So that's also interesting. What the heck? Are you kidding me? Haven? Was I pressing X the entire time and he was like not assassinating the dude? Then he just went into combat instead. Yeah. If you don't want to assassinate the dude, then...
Those cannons are like to cause trouble. Perhaps I could sabotage them.
Yeah, that was definitely a bug right there. What the heck? Did you see that? I just jumped through the textures of a gate onto the guard. I literally threw everything. Okay. The bugs
cannons are like to cause trouble.
in a row.
Perhaps I could sabotage them.
Jesus Christ. Get a grip game.
What news?
Braddock has left to rally his troops. They're marching on Fort Duquesne. It'll be a while yet till they're ready, which gives us time to form a plan.
No need. We will ambush them here near the river. Go and gather your allies. I will do the same. I will send word when it is time to strike.
Ah, damn rot. Finished Control and the Medium. That's good progress. So, will you be replacing the two games with anything? And what are also like your thoughts on the Medium and the Control now that you have finished both games? Would you recommend them? I actually have Game Pass for a month at least because I wanted to test Sea of Thieves in one of the next multiplayer Mondays. And I've seen that the Medium is on the Game Pass actually, so technically I could play it sometime. Yeah, I reckon there's still some other games I'll probably get around playing first. That's kind of cool that, you know, such a new game is actually on Game Pass. Alan Wake for Control. I gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, Alan Wake is definitely a good replacement for Control. Kind of like connect to the DLC and all that. Awesome. Yeah, the gameplay looks really interesting for Control. Like all the superpowers that you get to, you know, play around with. And like the fights look super fast paced as well.
The cold, cold ground.
Here, here.
Hard at work, I see.
How did you...
It is time. We've set up camp to the north. Meet me there.
Gentlemen, let us away.
First it was too cold. Now it's too goddamn hot.
The Braddock Expedition. This battle was part of the French-Indian War. In it, Edward Braddock's force of 1,500 British regulars and militia was decimated by a group of French-led troops half its size. It's not something we talk about much in Britain. Braddock has been sent to capture Fort Duquesne at the top of the Ohio River. His officers included a young George Washington, possibly because Washington knew the area, having surrendered at Fort Necessity the year before. Braddock's troops were about 10 miles from Fort Duquesne when they were ambushed by a group of French and indigenous fighters. Braddock's advanced troops were overwhelmed and fell back into the main body of the army. His rearguard didn't hear the order to stop and kept advancing into the main body of the army. The result was chaos. Almost every one of his officers was killed, with the exception of Washington. Braddock himself was fatally wounded. Washington had him carried from the field, and he died 4 days later. An interesting historical note, Braddock gave his officer's sash to George Washington, asking him to preserve it. Washington did, and it's still on display at Mount Vernon. The battle is also known as the Braddock's defeat, but interestingly, no one knows why. I'm kidding. Though, if you need me to tell you why, I don't think you're really cut out for this. Yeah, we're gonna know why.
And humid too. It's a right swamp, I tell you.
To say nothing of the mosquitoes.
Warm weather and bugs are soon to be the least of our worries.
What? You mean the bulldog? Please. We'll be in that one's beef soon enough and on to the next.
Where's your boy Lee gone off to?
Returned to finish out his service under Braddock.
Dude, I would love to
None too pleased after the stunt we pulled.
read a history book written by Sean.
Pleased to spin a tale of my incompetence and beg forgiveness. He is away with words, especially when it comes to flattery. I expect he'll be welcomed back with open arms.
You know, just a good way to kind of like learn history in like an entertaining kind of way. It's kind of good to mix humor with learning.
If I have, Charles will sense it first and make his escape. He's more clever than you think.
When this is done, I'm taking a week in New York. It's high time I went and saw the sights.
Of empty whiskey bottles and women's breeches, no doubt.
What other kinds of sights is worth seeing?
So that explains how he actually ends up in New York, because that's where you find him later as Connor.
I see you've been busy.
All these men are from many different tribes, united in their desire to see Braddock sent away. The Abenaki, the Lenape, the Shawnee.
And you? Who do you stand for?
Myself.
What would you have me do?
Will you help the others to prepare? Follow. They come.
Everything all right, sir?
Just savoring the moment. No doubt, many wonder why it is we've pushed so far west. These are wild lands, as yet untamed and unsettled. But it shall not always be so. In time, our holdings will no longer suffice. And that day is closer than you think. We must ensure our people have ample room to grow and further prosper. Which means we need more land. The French understand this and endeavor to prevent such growth. They skirt around our territory, erecting forts and forging alliances, awaiting the day they might strangle us with the noose they've built. This must not come to pass. We must sever the cord and send them back. This is why we ride. To offer them one last chance. The French will leave. Or they will die!
Now's the time to strike.
Wait. To scatter the expedition is not enough. We must ensure that Braddock falls, else he's sure to try again. I'll disguise myself as one of his own and make my way to his side. Your ambush will provide the perfect cover for me to deliver the killing blow.
The Abenaki nation originated in what's now northern New England and the southern Canadian Maritimes. Although suggesting there are only one nation may be a bit of a misnomer, since Abenaki can refer to numerous groups from the same approximate geographic area and language family. Algonquin, since you ask. Although the various Abenaki would join together during crisis events like when they were under attack from other nations, for the most part they had no central authority. That's probably partly what caused the encroachment of British colonists on the land. The British like to have formal governments they could negotiate treaties with, it's just so much more civilized and sometimes there are canopies. So from the colonist perspective, no central government meant that the Abenaki had no claim on the land. Of course they could have founded it, but otherwise but that would have taken work and been complicated, and perhaps most importantly, the Abenaki might have said no. While the Abenaki tried to remain neutral during the French and Indian War, they were quite literally caught between the warring British and French colonies, so some conflict was inevitable. For the most part, they sided with the French, who were less responsible for driving them out of their homeland, the lesser of two evils, I suppose you could say. Though that's a sentence I never thought I would say about the French. The Lenape, also called the Lenni Lenape of the Delaware. Before European colonization, the Lenape lived mostly along the banks of the Delaware River in what's modern-day New Jersey and Pennsylvania. The Lenape were one of the first nations to come into contact with Europeans, most significantly with William Penn, who founded Pennsylvania, which was a stroke of luck given his name. While the Lenape relationship with Penn was mostly peaceful, when Penn died, his son forced most of the Lenape off their land in a deal known as the Walking Purchase. During the French and Indian War, the Lenape sided primarily with the French, though some individual groups would later leave to join the British. In 1778, they were the first to sign a land treaty with the Continental Congress, agreeing to provide scouts to the army in exchange for supplies. I imagine they simply liked fine cheeses and onions. The newly formed United States showed its gratitude by eventually moving the Lenape into isolated communities in Ohio and southern Canada. Oh, how wonderfully thoughtful. Yeah. The famous reserves. And we have a Shawnee. Also, hey there, Fires90. Welcome. At the time of the French and Indian War, the people of the Shawnee Nation were mostly living in and around the Ohio Valley, a territory surrounding Fort Duquesne. Traditionally, their hunting grounds had extended into Pennsylvania and Virginia, but they were being slowly moved from their lands by the advancing line of British colonization. Hoping to stop or at least slow settlement, some of the Shawnee entered the war, siding with their traditional trading partners, that is, the French. By 1758, some Shawnee negotiated peace with the British and the Treaty of Easton. However, the treaty wasn't respected, and if you know anything about colonial history, you're probably sadly unsurprised by that, leading to another war, Pontiac's Rebellion in 1763. By the time the American Revolution started, many of the Shawnee opted to remain neutral, although some sided with the British, again hoping for helping push back the colonists. Unfortunately, the result was the same as many other indigenous people. the Shawnee were forced to leave their lands, with the majority eventually settling in Oklahoma. Good lord, settling in Oklahoma, as if their story couldn't get any worse.
We await your signal.
There, in front of us.
Kill them!
How could anyone call this forest home? It's all
With the French push back, there'll be a lot of opportunities for us up north.
Have served, you mean? Sir? You are grateful to have served. General! I'll not tolerate doubt amongst those I command, nor sympathy for the enemy. I've no time for insubordination. He paid for his treachery, as all traitors must. If we are to win this war against the French, nay, when we win this war, it will be because men like you obeyed men like me, and did so without hesitation. We must have order amongst our ranks, and a clear chain of command. Leaders and followers. Without such structure, there can be no victory. Am I understood?
Edward. Not so fun on the other end of the barrel, is it?
Look out!
Sir!
Where are you off to, Edward?
It's Sir by chance. And hey Vamola, welcome mate. How's it going? Saber 828, welcome as well. How are you doing? Ah, sorry to hear, Mauler. And yeah, I heard about the time change. It's yet to happen for us. It's gonna happen for us on the 28th of March. But yeah, that's definitely understandable. I definitely hope you get some, you know, rest soon, Mauler. Hopefully feel a bit better.
I never took you for a coward, Edward.
Come on, then! Such arrogance. I always knew it would be the end of you. Is the end of you.
Don't. Hurry before he gets away! I said go!
I don't deserve this!
Oh, cheers, Mola. I very much appreciate it. Thank you for saying hello and, you know, being here as always. I very much appreciate you, dude. And yeah, I've been doing good. Thank you for asking as well. Definitely feeling good and playing good games, having good company. So we have George Washington. Here's a name even you should recognize. George Washington, who would go on to be the leader of the army during the American Revolution and the first president of the United States. I was going to say you probably know everything I'm going to tell you, but that would be a lie. What you know is that George Washington has a lot of things named after him, and anything else you learned in school you forgot about because you thought you would never use it in real life. You should call your history teacher and tell her she was right all along. George Washington was the son of a planter from Virginia. He was raised with little education, but was ambitious, teaching himself mostly from books. Washington started in business early, speculating on land starting at the age of 18. When he was 20, his older brother died, leaving him the heir of a family plantation at Mount Vernon, where he lived until his death and where you can still visit his grave today. Washington got his military start during the French and Indian War, leading an expedition to Fort Duquesne in 1754, a destination he never reached, having surrendered at Fort Necessity. The next year Washington headed to Fort Duquesne again, this time as a guide for Edward Braddock, during the ill-fated Braddock expedition. Washington went as a volunteer, hoping that working for Braddock would get him a track for military promotion. Though the battle was a rout, Washington earned credit for organizing the retreat, and later that year he was made a colonel in charge of the Virginia militia. Washington completely revamped the militia, with hopes that under his organization and training they would be accepted into the British military. They never were. Washington resigned his post in 1758. I won't say the snub led to his contempt for the British, but snubs rarely help. By the late 1760s, Washington had become active in political life, taking on a role in the Virginia House of Burgesses. He went on to be a member of a Continental Congress, and when the war broke out in 1775, he was the Congress's choice to leave the army. At the time, Washington said, "I do not think myself equal to the command I am honored with," which I'm sure inspired complete confidence in everyone who heard it. Imagine if you were on an airplane and the captain opened with that. It's possible Washington was being falsely modest, but the fact is this. He wasn't a military genius, and he knew it. Though I'm sure it hurts your American pride to hear me say he wasn't perfect. Washington had several narrow misses where the army could have easily been obliterated. At Manhattan, and again at Brandywine, among others. Washington won an early victory. He broke the siege of Boston, but he then made the disastrous move of fortifying New York, a city he couldn't defend without a navy he didn't have. Even you can work out that one. He spent the latter half of 1776 retreating across New York and New Jersey, losing battle after battle until Christmas when he pulled off a successful surprise attack against the Hessian troops at Trenton. And while that battle makes for some famous paintings and it did rally the flagging confidence of the public, it was a minor victory in the war. And that's a very smaller. Thank you for being here, dude, as always. I hope you enjoy your lurk, and I hope, you know, work is gonna get a bit more chill as well going forward. But yeah, dude. Cheers.
You're a hypocrite, Haytham! I'm sorry, Edward, but you forced my hand! God damn it! Why, Hatham?
Your death opens a door. It's nothing personal. Well, maybe it is a little personal. Been a pain in my ass, after all.
But we are brothers in arms.
Once, perhaps. No longer.
Do you think I've forgotten what you did? All those innocents slaughtered, and for what? It does not engender peace to cut your way to resolution.
Wrong. Whether we applied the sword more liberally and more often, the world would be a better place than it is today.
In this instance, I concur. Farewell, Edward.
It's done. Now I have upheld my part of the bargain.
Requiescat in
I
pace.
expect that you will honor yours.
Follow me.
Yo, mate. Welcome, dude. And how's it going?
No. No!
You seem disappointed.
I thought that I held a key that would open something here.
This room is all there is.
I expected more. What do they mean?
It tells the story of Yodzizu, who came into our world and shaped it for what life might come. She had a hard journey, fraught with great loss and peril. But she believed in her children and what they might achieve. And though she is long gone from the physical world, her eyes still watch over us. Her ears still hear our words. Her hands still guide us. And her love still gives us strength.
You have shown me great kindness, dear. Thank you. I should go.
It's definitely interesting, Rod, right? Because back then, when I first played it, I thought Hatham was an assassin. But I also thought that, you know, the game kind of tells us that Braddock worked together with Hatham in the past. So I kind of assumed that Braddock was an assassin, but maybe turned Templar or something. But it was interesting because when he said, you know, if we were to use our sword more liberally, you know, we might achieve our goals faster. Which you could argue is something that, you know, a very extreme assassin could say as well. So, yeah, you know, to me it was kind of like, okay, maybe Braddock is just a very corrupt ex-assassin. But I also thought that assassins, you know, might be very different in general in this game. Given that it's like a different time and all that. But yeah, I feel like they did a really good job though. Kind of like blurring the lines between the assassin and Templars in a way, you know, to kind of make you a bit confused. Ah, nice hero. I'm glad to hear that you can, you know, give the opportunity. That's good. And yeah, indeed, Rod, on this night, young Ratona Gedon was conceived. Yeah, exactly. Like, they really got me. Like, I didn't expect that.
May you walk the land of the Duat.
Like, I didn't expect that whatsoever. Also because of like the assassin symbols that the Templars, you know, also have in the early missions. The game is like actively trying to fool you. But it also makes sense from a lore perspective because, you know, it's also that Desmond, Sean and Rebecca think, and William, that Haytham is indeed an assassin. Yeah, I love that sound bit so much. It's good to have one-off bike on this channel.
Master Kenway, did you find it then?
It was not the right place.
The others are waiting for you.
Gentlemen, please, sit. I fear our temple was no more than a painted cave. Although it did contain precursor images and script, which means we are close.
Not close enough, it seems.
We need to redouble our efforts and expand our order and establish a permanent base here. Although the site eludes us, I am confident we will find it.
Truth.
Hear, hear.
Furthermore, I believe it is time we welcome Charles into our fold. He has proven himself a loyal disciple and served unerringly since the day he came to us. He should be able to share in our knowledge and reap all the benefits that such a gift implies. Are any opposed? Very well. Charles, come, stand. Do you swear to uphold the principles of our order and all that for which we stand?
I do.
And never to share our secrets nor divulge the true nature of our work?
I do.
And to do so from now until death, whatever the cost?
I do.
Then we welcome you into our fold, brother. Together, we will usher in the dawn of a new world, one defined by purpose and order. Give me your hand. You are a Templar. May the Father of Understanding guide us.
May the Father of Understanding
guide us.
Wait, what?
I actually got chills from this. You know, just like the way it's kind of like set up. Like, I just remembered when I first played this and I was like, purpose and order? What are they talking about? That's not what the assassins are about. But yeah.
You all saw that, right?
Wow.
Well, indeed. The key must be the amulet Haytham took from London.
We might know what it looks like, but we're no closer to finding it. Desmond, you need to keep going.
Hey, he's your ancestor too. Why don't you hop in the Animus?
Really? That's your response? It's like dealing with a 6-year-old. What is wrong with you, Desmond?
You want to know what's wrong? I'm sick of being treated like I'm not even here. Desmond, do this. Desmond, do that. Desmond, you better figure things out because the sun is going to turn us all to ash. And I know I was really nice to you, but actually I'm just another Templar plot twist. And yes, I would like very much for you to be controlled by a magic space wizard so that you can murder me. So there's your answer. I'm sick of being a goddamn pawn. I thought it might be different with you. I mean, you're my father, but turns out you're no better than the fucking Templars.
Don't you ever equate me to those bastards again. You hear me? Everything I do, everything I have done, has been for you. Maybe I pushed a little too hard, asked a little too much, but try and remember exactly what's at stake here. You need to get it together, kid. We're running out of time.
That was unusual. Well, I'm just going to pretend that this never happened and get back to bringing everyone up to speed on where we stand. The news isn't good. It appears this temple is powered by a collection of, well, I guess they're batteries. You found one on your way in, but there aren't any more, at least not down here.
Any idea on where we can find replacements?
Not yet, so I intend to tiptoe into the Abstergo database. Now, if I can cross-reference these particular devices with their database, then maybe we'll get lucky.
See what you can do.
Obviously. Anyway, Desmond, we can either take a look around here or we can head back to the Animus.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting timing, I feel, you know, that's the revelation for the Templars happens at the same time that Connor's getting conceived. Definitely agree about that. Look at that, there's Juno. He's standing right next to the Animus. Basically like, come on, come here. Go back into the Animus because there's something you need to see. And the funny thing is that currently I believe only Desmond can see her. However, she is going to represent herself to the others as well. Yeah, definitely it's kind of comparable here though. You know, this like what's the fuck reaction at the end of AC2. Because it's just such a major plot twist, you know, and it happens like so early into the game. It's also something a lot of people criticize, you know, about like the pacing of the story. But honestly, it's exactly what I love about this game. You know, it has a very different narrative structure. You know, getting used to like one character and then kind of being cut off. Realizing he's actually the enemy. And, you know, getting to play as his son. I feel like it's such a unique idea to go about it. And that's kind of what I like about it. And yeah, like the revelation of Haven being a Templar is just so well done.
What are you working on?
Lots of different stuff. If you're going into the field, we need a way to keep tabs on you and stay in touch. Hacking into local security systems won't cut it.
Thanks.
For what?
I don't know. Everything. You've sacrificed a lot for me. You and Sean both. And you upgraded the Animus, you helped train me, pulled me out of that coma. You put all that work into the database, and helped me solve Clay's puzzles. I know I haven't been the easiest person to work with, and I'm sorry for that. I just want you to know that even if I'm shitty at showing it, I appreciate everything you've done.
You really think we'll finally get some answers down here?
Maybe. Talking to the First Civ has always been a pain in the ass, though.
Imagine what it must be like for them.
What do you mean?
They've been separated from us by tens of thousands of years. A completely different language and culture. Possessed of an intelligence vastly superior to our own. We're lucky they've communicated as much as they have.
I don't know why they had to make this all so complicated. I mean, if they need something from me, they should just come out and say it.
I've been wondering about that myself. I get the sense Juno and Minerva didn't exactly see eye to eye. I'm studying everything I can get my hands on, but maybe you'll find something down here that can shed light on the mystery. What happened between them, and why?
Yeah, that's true as well, Rod. You know, they kind of like, of course, they tease the game not as Haven, but as Connor. So getting to play as Haven, if you have seen like the trailers and all that, or you know, just like the packaging of the CD, then you could definitely assume, okay, you know, there's something to happen. Because obviously we have to, you know, play at Connor at some point.
What do you think's behind that door?
No idea.
Do you think it can save us?
The first Civ seemed to think so.
What if it's dangerous?
It's not like we have a lot of alternatives.
Well, we could... I don't know, warn the president?
And what's he gonna do? Who's to say he isn't in bed with Abstergo? Seems everyone is these days.
What if we went to them? To Abstergo, I mean.
I thought about it, actually. Showing them what we've seen, trying to work together. They must know so much more than we do, but...
What is it?
It's possible they know exactly what's going to happen. That they want it to happen. I mean, for all we know, they're hiding out in bunkers right now, waiting for the world to end. And then when it's all over, out they come. Ready to take control.
God, I hope you're wrong.
So do I, Rebecca. So do I.
Yeah, he's not wrong. Because that's exactly what Abstergo wants to do, you know. As he found out in like various modern day documents, Abstergo is basically preparing for the end of the world. And they basically want to use, you know, the destruction of the old world to create order for a new world. Because obviously with them knowing so much about the Beasts of Eden and about what's going to happen, they have a chance of just, you know, taking over control everywhere. Plus they have the advantage of like being able to prepare for that case. So once it happens, you know, they could like go to the bunkers, wait for everybody to die, and then come out, you know. Yeah, that's true as well, Rod. Plus, you know, all of the side content, or most of the side content, is kind of like unlocked only once you get to play as Connor. So, you know, that also adds to the Haven sequences being a bit shorter. But yeah, I feel like what people have issues with, or what people have issues with is that the first 3 sequences feel like an introduction. Then you get to play as Connor, and again, you know, it's kind of like an introduction to his character and kind of like tutorials for the game, stuff like this. So I guess people just feel like, you know, they're doing tutorials for like 6 sequences, and then they have 6 sequences left where they can actually play the game. I feel like that's what people feel like, and I can kind of understand it, I guess. But whenever I play the game, I don't really feel like that's the case, you know. Like, yeah, there's like new things being introduced, but I feel like the game is already, you know, fully running, and the story is like in, you know, full effect. I don't know. I don't feel like all of this is just tutorial or introduction.
Yes? Just thought I'd, you know, say hi.
You have more important things to do right now.
Jesus, Dad.
What? What do you want me to say?
I don't know. Hi, son. How are you? What have you been up to?
I know what you've been up to. Nothing. You wasted away in some shitty apartment with a pointless job, while the rest of us were out there fighting to make a difference.
You are such an asshole. Are you thinking about hitting me again? Because this time, I will hit back.
Let's just get back to work, okay?
Yeah, that's understandable, Rod. You know, to just get to Connor as fast as possible. This. Yeah, I definitely feel you there, Hiro. Like, I do enjoy the Hatham parts. Even if I'm not like the biggest fan of Hatham as a character or like what he stands for. But I still kind of like playing the other side. And I do feel like he's a very well-written character. So I still enjoy, you know, scenes with him. Just I don't agree with him or what he has to say. Yeah, definitely enjoy his character regardless.
Would you look at that?
What is it?
If I had to guess, I would say it's a counter.
I make my own
And
luck.
judging from the iconography, I think it's safe to say when that's emptied, the end begins. Hello, Desmond. How's things?
Same old. Another day, another ancestor.
Who'd have thought you'd have a Templar in your family tree?
I think he started out as an assassin. They must have turned him.
Right you are, in fact. I've been reviewing our archives, and it appears that Hatham's father was indeed an assassin. Which means he was likely one too, at least for a little while.
What else did you find?
That fella from the opera, Reginald Birch, Grand Master of the London chapter of Templars, he and Hatham's father, a man named Edward, well, they were long-time rivals. Now, it appears Birch got his hands on Hatham at a rather young age. Worked his wiles to convince Hatham to switch sides. Wonder how he did it. I'll see if I can't dig up more. Honest answer, please, Desmond. Do you think we're getting out of this alive?
I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty tall order. If the first Civ couldn't save the world, how the hell are we supposed to swing it?
We have some time.
We have less than 2 months. They had decades and a lot more resources. And the worst part is we knew this was coming for, what, hundreds of years?
History repeats, it seems. The first Civ was so busy with their war against us, no one even noticed what was happening. We get advance warning and then fall to fighting with the Templars. Lovely.
Hopefully, whatever's behind that door will make a difference.
And if it doesn't, well, at least we tried.
Yeah, it's also something I feel people tend to forget about or just don't realize when playing these games. But Hatham has been like hugely manipulated into becoming a Templar, right? Like his father, Edward Kenway, being assassinated and taking a hit on. And then Hatham being stripped away from his mother into the education and raising of Reginald Birch, who, you know, was supposed to actually be a friend to Edward, which is the worst thing about it. So essentially the killer of his father, or at least the one who's responsible for it, took on to raise Hatham into becoming a Templar. And Hatham at the age of 10 didn't know much about the assassins either, because even though Edward taught him to learn to think for himself and all that, you know, Edward never felt like he was old enough to learn about it. But, you know, Birch didn't care, of course. He just wanted to manipulate Hatham and use him. And the worst thing is, you know, Hatham also had, of course, a sister, the daughter that you see in Black Flag at the end of Edward. And Birch, that piece of shit, sold her into slavery. So yeah, he really like destroyed the Kenway family, you could say. That made Hatham become a Templar.
Stop wasting time.
Back to work I go. You should consider doing the same.
From Black Flag, I was thinking about Jesus when Edward says it. What about Malacca for Odyssey? Yeah, I've been thinking about Malacca, but I'm not sure how many more times I can hear it before I go crazy. I listened to it over 250 times during my playthrough. But yeah, I definitely try to get at least one per game, I think. Yeah, that's true as well, Rod. You know, like at some point, which is not actually shown in the game, but between the sequences we just seen and Connor being like, you know, a young boy, Haven basically finds out that Birch did all this, basically betrayed his family, and he then goes ahead and frees his sister out of the slavery, and they both go ahead and take revenge against Birch and kill him. But even after all that, you know, Haven stays to be a Templar. So, yeah, he doesn't want to change. Maybe he's just been brainwashed too much. Maybe he doesn't have the dignity to just realize, you know, to step back. But I guess, you know, with him kind of being the Grandmaster in the Northern Colonies, and with him being convinced about his way of thinking already, you know, him killing Birch may not have been that big of a deal because he already was like the Master Templar, I guess, in this part of the world. But yeah, it would have been good if the game actually showcased kind of like a struggle for Haven about the Templar beliefs, you know. Rebecca Crane, patch notes. Hey yo, had a little bit of downtime while you were gone, so figured I would do what I could to upgrade the operating system. It's actually been ready for a little while now, but with the Animus in safe mode I wasn't able to, about to try an installation. Things I did, actually it should be we, since I had a few people in the other cell ships in. Modifications to the targeting system, you should be able to move in and out of combat more easily. Free running improvements, you're less likely to jump at the wrong time and the wrong direction. Only one input for interacting with a word, no more choosing between parts of your ancestor's body. You can assassinate while moving now, definitely try it out as soon as possible. You can pick up weapons on the go as well. We implemented a weather system, rain, snow, wind, it's all there. Any modes, enough said. Faster fast travel, just open your map and you can instantly fast travel to any unlocked fast travel station. Revamp the map, it now provides lots of additional information and you've got more control over what it shows. And there's a ton of other stuff, but your dad is yelling at me to get back to work, so I would better wrap this up. I'll hit you up on the other side as you come across new features. Yeah, I agree, Rod. You know, Rogue would have been perfect to showcase Haven. And yeah, I guess, you know, kind of like that part of the story would have been good to kind of have like Haven realizing what the Templars are actually about. Sean Hastings database. First of all, welcome back. It's good to see you fully recovered. Can't imagine what it was like for you, trapped in there. If you ever want to chat about it, you just let me know. Anyway, you find the database essentially unchanged aside from a few cosmetic upgrades. As before, you receive a notification when I've added a new entry. I will also let you know if any of the entries are updated, as is often the case when dealing with these conspiratorial ancestors of yours. William Martz, the mission. I know it's easy to get distracted while inside the Animus, but I'm hoping everyone can stay focused here. We need to find that key as soon as possible. Also, do not go exploring in the temple without first clearing it with me. and carry your headsets with you at all times. Can't afford to lose anyone because curiosity got the better of them. We're short-handed, as is. Sean Hastings, boards. We've got a visitor down here. It's Juno. She's been appearing every now and then. Sort of flits through the air, reminds us to guard you well, find the key, blah blah, and then poof, disappears. At first we thought it was just another holographic recording, but then your father called her some rather choice words, and she glared at him. Honest. Swiveled those eyes in the direction and frowned. Creeped me out. I don't know if she's reaching out to us from the past, if some part of her is actually still conscious, or if maybe she's inside the apple, like some evil genie. Whatever it is, it gives me the creeps. And on that note, happy Halloween. Yeah, you know, that might be. That's, you know, they kind of needed to have like certain AC elements be represented. On the other side, if you kind of look at Odyssey and Valhalla, you know, they both don't have hoods on the promotional material. But I feel like, you know, with the point the AC was at during the development of Rogue, you know, might be different. Because Odyssey and Valhalla probably wouldn't have been accepted as much if Origins wouldn't have kind of established an Assassin's Creed basis of a trilogy, I guess. So yeah, definitely fair point. Sean Hastings, Hatham's Amulet. Well, I suppose Hatham's Amulet is technically a piece of Eden. It's not particularly exciting. It functions as a key, and well, that's about it. I know, we're all used to these things being incredibly powerful, and thus rather dangerous. But this one is neither. Is it weird I'm disappointed? That said, it's still critical to our mission, so I suppose that counts for something. No very short. Sean Hastings said, Good Lord Rebecca, with all the fixes and updates and improvements you supposedly put into this recent software revision, one would think you would have had the decency to include a British-English dictionary in this spell checker. Some of us prefer to use proper language when corresponding. The database keeps trying to replace the letters S with Z in certain words, and it's declared war on the letter U as well. Realize becomes realize, and color becomes color. Wrong, wrong, wrong. It's all rather ethnocentric if you ask me, also quite against the principles of the Assassin Brotherhood last I checked. And here I thought we were meant to be an all-inclusive bunch. Rebecca Crane, email fix. Just a quick heads up, replying to email chains will no longer return multiple instances of the word RE. Should cut down on subject length considerably. Sean says, are you sure about that? See above. Rebecca says, haha, very funny, Sean. William says, focus please. And then we have Rebecca, so far so good. Hey there, Desmond. As you see from the date of this email, you've been in the Animus for a few days now. But don't worry, I've been staying on top of your vitals, not even a blip. So it looks like extending the sessions won't be a problem. Whatever happened between you and 16 seems to have increased your tolerance. The Animus keeps you in a resting state, which takes care of fatigue, and your memories are vivid enough we're actually seeing micro-movement in your muscles, which means no atrophy issues either. Still, we're bringing you out for breaks just to stay on the safe side. And yeah, I think that's it.
Alright, I should be getting back to work.
Back into the Animus we go.
Alright, here goes.
Undan nizero het stanju. Awira awa unte yard on jadagun. Tone warda nagara de. Desajera nero niha. Nekti yate huayata nekerda. Azekante ta jajera oni. Nekti ya otena de gari wastakwe. Agungwe da sun a wahuan nordun kwedzi niot nesagodaya ogun a. Zewajerda sriat dizax ne hatham. Raganero kwakwe unte zini togwenyo. Nek zi ohando yo ha wihtun ya de haganerakwe. Zinuer o jokwa templar agwego tadinyaro darhox. Ne ha atket sanis. Zigatke sun arian a higun sagandanu agat gato zine sagar skanex.
Welcome back, Rod. It's kind of interesting that she realizes, you know, that what the Templars are about is a dark hunger. That she's scared, you know, that Connor could have the same. So even Zio's kind of like scared.
Zit one day star.
Onisa Jerdha.
Ya otena gwanek gwanek.
Radunagedu, the what Richirunyana, Runajagedu another Ratu than Yokodunis.
How was? Nexi dosa izi nakahonda di yahaze.
Yeah, ain't that the truth, Rod?
Gariwes what gano harenyu tigo yorunya zawadahkwanya sua. Gona squaxor on a Johnny. Zizohak ohondo signori and garahquatne.
Hi.
We have the Kaninkahaka Nation territory, more commonly known as these days as the Mohawk Valley. This valley follows the Mohawk River as it runs between the Catskill and the Adirondack Mountains. It is part of the territory of the Kaninkahaka, sometimes known as the Mohawk in English, hence the name. The valley also happens to be the only natural route from the Atlantic Ocean to the Great Lakes, meaning it was the only easy way to get from the coast into the frontier territory and up unto Canada. This made the valley incredibly strategically important during the French and Indian War, and during the Revolutionary War as well. By strategically important, I mean the valley was contested territory and regularly raided. Most of the settlements in it were razed during the Revolutionary War. Actually, the damage to the surrounding farmland was so bad that food had to be shipped into the area from the south. The revolution is known to the area as the burning of the valleys. That says it all, really. And we have Ganondokon, a friend of Ratona Giron from the same village. The two boys were the same age and members of the same clan, making them cousins, though the connection may have been somewhat distant. The boys were inseparable throughout their childhood, with Ganondokon being the more conservative of the two. That is, Ratona Giron would be the one to get them in trouble, and Ganondokon would try to talk them out of it. And we also have an update for Braddock. Here's something interesting because of concerns that enemy soldiers would desecrate Braddock's body. He was buried under the road, so the wagons would run over the earth and hide the gravesite. In 1804, road workers rediscovered the remains and they were moved to another site, which is now marked by a marble monument.
Hi, Star. Zaga the dirty wasta.
Zazah Dandi. Ha-oh, wah Zazah Dandi.
The what the dot Nigura, the wax ogumma, and dosa ya dies on the
Doga nuang zede wakede.
Gundi Gawana Oguaho Yaga Gundi Nagere Gaa Tony Gunas Dinio Ne Okwara.
Danane Radiatine Kera, the Nungwe, Runsa Nage, the what Tirat Gawas. Wagari Warge, the Ot Stara, Ganatanyadu, Radinagare.
Energy de Tadiharene. Onatahaya Yedawawe.
Ona hörde det var skaritser unjane.
Jag går där sett du ga. Haha, Zora go hadu. Is it as a datum?
Aska Degani Asa Gayeri. Aska de wat nyawe.
Yeah, this is kind of a cool way because it kind of showcases that, you know, tracking comes very natural to Connor because Villitry, you know, play hide and seek. So he kind of learns to be good and, you know, finding out the positions of people or where they could hide.
Hahaha. Suzi zo yande negiga. Wagatenu zi dedewe.
That's something what I love about Connor, you know, he's like very much growing up in nature, outside of, you know, the colonist society, I guess. It also explains a whole lot about his character, you know, what a lot of people don't realize is, you know, he's been raised in entirely different cultures. You can't expect him to act the same as previous protagonists, you know. But some people just, you know, expect that it's always the same type of character in every AC game.
Wagiri hoye was on the hoda don't diha we jin another ratune.
Waguyat that sorry. Oniya di sa der yonder dakwe.
Yahta Kweni on the Geta Kwe Zi Washta Datsari.
Ah, nice, Levi. That's awesome. Congrats on the full score.
Yahta Kweni on the Geta Kwe Zi Washta Datsari. Yahta Kweni on the Geta Kwe Zi Washta Datsari.
I'm doing very good, Levi, thank you. Just switch over to the Connor part, which is always good. I like Connor so much as a character.
Yahta Kweni on the Geta Kwe Zi Washta Datsari.
One of the more unique ones in the series, I feel.
Wah!
Wagatenu zi dedewe.
There we go. No mistakes. And also in the time limit.
Wagiri hoye was on the hoda don't diha we jin another ratune.
Sahaya Yanire Jinia Zi Askada Sete Nano.
Did what karitseruni?
Ize Hezayatewe.
Aska, Degani, Asa, Gayerdi, Whisk, Yayak, Zada, Sadegu, Jotu.
Find somewhere to hide.
Aska you want it, Degani you want it, Asa you want it, Gayerdi you want it, Whisk you want it, Yayak you want it, Zada you want it, Sadegu you want it.
What have we here?
You look familiar. Where have I seen you before? That wasn't very nice.
Let me go!
Listen to that. He knows English.
Smart for a savage.
Spirited too. We have questions for your elders. Only tell us where your village is, boy, and you can go.
Best do as he asks, child.
I could snap your neck, you know. A little more pressure, and pop. The sad little flame of your life extinguished. You are a nothing, a speck of dust. You and all your ilk, living in the dirt like animals, oblivious to the true ways of the world. The wiser among you recognize the shape of the future. They throw themselves at our feet and beg mercy. But not you, it seems. No. You cling desperately to your ways, too ignorant to know your folly. But I am not unkind. And so I spare you, that you may carry word to your people. Let them know the sooner we are given what we seek, the sooner you can return to your pathetic, empty lives. A fair trade, is it not?
What is your name?
Charles Lee. Why do you ask?
So I can find you.
Where is Charles Lee?
I look forward to it.
Radun Hagedu! Kohnu Guadi!
Doge!
Radun Hagedu! Kohnu...
Dogoyena was! Kaiges! Anto jäneratne!
Johto, John! Onak ti on Sadego! Onak!
Jaadik andene!
Dodi o naga ona. Zet fatstek. Radun hagedu. Ona kti on zartni gohra zartni dun haged.
Dodek!
Aserdek. Toga zun haak. Asesege. Nekti zaderi ondarak. Dinawe. Andini kwe gun hage.
Ya! Zadarissa! Dagwatska! Dagirihu! Akinyagante!
Unarumpa.
Ghana! Oh, naga isa. Nato wag ani kong roni. Sa dadawin na daon ka?
Oh damn. Like this scene always makes me super emotional. It's like, you know, seeing how Connor loses his mother, you know. And also under the circumstances of just having, you know, this trauma with Charles Lee and the Templars as well. Also, hey there, Mr. Gordy and Ronnie. How's it going, guys? Welcome. And yeah, Rod, absolutely, like, the Templars, you know, they don't care about hurting innocents or children. As long as that serves, you know, their needs. They don't really have principles like that, you could say. And it's kind of interesting because the introduction kind of, you know, already showcased that they're kind of shady personalities. You know, like the Dr. Church, he basically only is a doctor for money, you know, and he would threaten the life of people to get more money as a doctor. Basically communicates that openly with Haven. And Haven even disagrees with him, you know, but he doesn't like push him out of the order or something like this, you know. He just wants to use the influence that Haven has, that Church has. That kind of makes Haven responsible for their actions, to be honest, as well. Even if he isn't fully aware of what they are doing at all times. So to be honest, I don't feel like I kind of feel like it's an artistic choice to kind of like have a transition like that, you know, because you kind of get like a bit overwhelmed, I guess. But it's also like a trauma. So I don't know, I kind of feel like it made sense to kind of cut off the moment a little bit, you know, the moment she dies, I guess. But yeah, I can also understand how it was maybe too fast. Your perception as well. So we have an update for Zio. Guts and Zio actions during the Braddock expedition, along with her relationship with a known Templar, more or less excluded her from becoming a clan mother herself in adulthood. However, it seems even after her child was born, she continued arguing for actions in the war, rather than the restraint advocated by the village elders. She did, however, cut off all the contact with Haven. It's not clear why the Templars attacked in 1760, or what their objective might have been. The village was nearly destroyed, but recovered over the course of several years. Yeah, playing Valhalla and then playing this is really eye-opening about some scenes, actually, Ronnie. So I can recommend doing that for sure. But yeah, best to finish Valhalla first. So, but to come back to this transition, I kind of feel like the moment that the transition happens, right? Connor's actually by himself a little bit. He's kind of like meditating in a way. And to me, it always seemed like he's actually remembering this moment. In that moment, you get to cut to that, you know, to that, I guess, stage of him. So to me, it kind of seemed like, okay, this is kind of like a memory in a memory type of thing, you know? He's kind of like remembering the trauma that he had as a child. At this stage, we get to be introduced to him now. So to me, transition kind of made sense, I guess, but I can also see what you mean. Yeah, level 250 is quite good actually. Probably need like another 100 to get to the last region. But yeah, I feel like leveling up in Valhalla definitely goes quite fast, depending how many side activities you do. Sequence 4. Feathers and Trees.
Got, ngeni otasiraya. Oyaner mongeni wanundo se edeni rodoke dinohoda de dom me ayogara we ori wage. Andi jadas wane edeni sto zeraroroke. Amando eneka ne thod andi jatka thuni we ne ayedeni ti na kwa tsari.
Traditionally, the blade of an Iroquois hatchet was with flint stone. However, with the introduction of metal into Iroquoian society, the hatchet became much more efficient and deadly. In the colonial era, hatchet modes were affixed with a pipe for smoking. Really? Sure. You know, why not combine an axe with a pipe so you can smoke every now and then? After you have killed somebody? Oh yeah, so this is actually quite interesting because it has certain story importance. We have the Cayuga Nation, meaning people of a swamp. The Cayuga Nation is a member of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. Both the Cayuga and Oneida nations are referred to as the younger brothers in the Haudenosaunee Grand Council. Then we have the Rotiana chiefs. It's generally translated as chiefs. Each chief is named after one of the original founders of the League when it was established. These leaders represent their clan and nation at the Haudenosaunee Grand Council. The chiefs also serve as leadership with their respective nation. Each chief is installed by a clan mother, who use specific criteria to ensure he is qualified to assume this hereditary position. The chief is installed for life and is only released on account of merit, sickness, or death. Then we have the clan mothers. A clan mother is female leader of a clan family. Aside from her social and spiritual roles, a clan mother is politically responsible for selecting a chief who would represent her clan family. She watches for potential candidates from the time these men were boys, looking for the special qualities and merit needed for this position of leadership, grooming them along the way. It has been said that the Haudenosaunee leaders are not born, they are cultivated. A clan mother is installed for life and is only released on account of merit, sickness, or death. Then we have the Haudenosaunee clan system. The Kanegaga are a matrilineal society, transferring identity through the mother's lineage. This extended family is called a clan. The Kanegaga have 3 clans, the Turtle, the Wolf, and the Bear clan. Family names and clans are passed down from mother to child. Each member of a clan is considered a relative regardless of which Haudenosaunee nation they belong to. For example, Wolf clan member of the Kanegaga nation and a Wolf clan member of the Seneca nation are still considered relatives. Likewise, the man and woman of the Kanegaga nation practice exogamy, marrying outside their matrilineal clan family. Clans have specific social, spiritual, and political roles to play in Kanegaga society, and is a pillar of traditional Kanegaga governance. Within the clans of the Kaninkahaka, all leadership members hold equal powers and are accountable to everyone. A woman leader called Iyakoyana, or clan mother, holds a powerful leadership role in the nation and has the authority to select a Royana or chief to represent her clan politically. Moreover, she also has the power to depose her chief and replace him with another candidate. Taking into account all she knows about the candidate and his dealings throughout his life, she decides who is a good fit to represent the clan. Clan mothers choose men who are honest, reliable, and clear-headed, with knowledge of Kane Re Kova, the great law of peace. Amongst the Haudenosaunee nations there are 8 clans: turtle, wolf, beaver, hawk, eel, deer, bear, and snipe clans. The Kaninkahaka themselves are 3 clans: the turtle, wolf, and bear. Or bear. We have the Kayane Rekova, the Great Law of Peace. Is the constitution of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. These teachings outline the basic principles that unified the original 5 Iraqi nations into a powerful league, based upon the good tidings of peace and strength. The Kayane Rekova also provides the complex decision-making methodology that is achieved through consensus building. In 1987, a subcommittee of the United States Congress officially acknowledged the influence of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy and the Great Law of Peace upon the US Constitution. Then we have the people of the Longhouse. Around 1,000 years ago, a long and bloody war engulfed in the 5 indigenous nations that inhabited what is now known as central New York State, southern Ontario, southern Quebec, and western Vermont. In the west were the Seneca and Cayuga nations. To the east were the Kaninkahaka and Oneida nations. Located in the center of this territory was the Onondaga nation. In the midst of this war, a messenger known as the Peacemaker provided a path of peace, righteousness, and power that unified these nations and put an end to the bloody war. This union or alliance is called the Haudenosaunee, a Western European term that is generally translated as people of the Longhouse. The Kaninkahaka term is Rotino-Soni, which means they are building an extended house. In 1722, the Tuscarora nation was adopted into the Haudenosaunee, becoming the 6th nation of the Confederation. The foundation of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy is the Kayane Rekova, the Great Law of Peace. This ancient doctrine provides an elaborate and efficient institution of democratic governance, social and economic stability, and a moral equation to achieve a personal and collective peace. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy is a constitutional democracy that is governed by a group of 50 chiefs who make decisions through a complex consensus-building process. In colonial times, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy held a prevalent political and military influence over the eastern woodlands of North America. Also, hey the waffle, welcome mate, and how's it going? Reverse hero, enjoy your lurk, dude. We have the Grand Council of Chiefs. Is the central governing authority of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. The Haudenosaunee Grand Council is made up of 50 chiefs who represent each of the original 5 nations. Each of the 50 chiefs installed on the council is named after one of the original founders of the league when it was established. During debates of the Haudenosaunee Grand Council, the leadership are divided into 3 deliberating parties. The first party is made up of both Seneca and Mohawk chiefs. The second party is made up of both Oneida and Cayuga chiefs, including the Tuscarora chiefs. And the third party is made up of Onondaga chiefs, called the Firekeepers. As the facilitators of the council, the Seneca and Mohawk chiefs represent the standing issue to the chiefs of the Oneida and Cayuga nations, including the Tuscarora nation. Following a discussion amongst themselves, the Oneida and Cayuga chiefs shall formulate a resolution to the standing issue. and return to it with Seneca and Mohawk chiefs for their consideration. The two parties shall then deliberate upon the standing issue back and forth in this manner until they achieve a consensus. Once both the Seneca Mohawk chiefs and the Oneida Cayuga chiefs come to one mind, the standing issue is then passed along the Ononda chiefs, who shall either confirm the resolution or offer a counter-proposal. Ah, nice, Waffle. So, what changed basically your opportunity to keep streaming, if you don't mind me asking? The term Cherokee refers to a group of indigenous people who inhabited the eastern woodlands of North America, the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River Valley areas, made up of Kanekahaka, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, Seneca, Tuscarora, Huron, Susquehannock, and Cherokee people. The Cherokee have a common ancestry, social organization, economy, spiritual beliefs, and dialects deriving from a Proto-European language. The term Cherokee is often synonymous with the Haudenosaunee or Cherokee Confederacy, a political league made up of the Kanekahaka, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, Seneca, and later the Tuscarora. Ah, okay, I see. Well, that makes sense, you know, how like a second job would kind of lead you to have a lot less time for that type of stuff. So, do you have any plans for what you want to stream in the future, Waffle? Will you be doing more Minecraft, or will you be playing anything else? Ah, I gotcha, dude. Yeah, that makes total sense. Definitely understandable. So we have the Kanekahaka, meaning the people of the Flint. The Kanekahaka are an indigenous people who traditionally inhabit a territory that stretches northward from the Mohawk River Valley to the St. Lawrence River Valley. The Kanekahaka spans a geographic area of what is known as New York State, western Vermont, and southern Quebec. The Kanekahaka are joined by the Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca nations, who founded an alliance of confederation over 1,000 years ago called the Haudenosaunee, people of the Longhouse. The Haudenosaunee were also known as the Cherokee by the French and the Six Nations Confederacy by the English following the naturalization of the Tuscarora Nation in 1722. Called Mohawk by the Dutch after an offensive Algonquin term for cannibal, the Kanekahaka are considered to be the keepers of the Eastern Door, sharing with the Seneca Nation the responsibility for guarding the doorways of the symbolic longhouse of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. Due to their strategic geographic location in the east, the Kanekahaka were the first of the Haudenosaunee Nation to establish diplomatic and economic relations with Europeans on behalf of the Confederacy. They do repeat themselves a lot in these. Yeah, I think I remember you telling me about your new, capture card, which is definitely awesome, being able to play, older console stuff, having like all the other, like elements of a stream going. And more AC as well. That's awesome, dude. I'm very much looking forward to see you play Revelations and 3. To kind of see where, the Desmond Saga is headed. We have the Oneida Nation, meaning people of a standing stone. The Oneida Nation is a member of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. Both the Oneida and Cayuga nations are referred to as the younger brothers in the Haudenosaunee Grand Council. Then we have the Onondaga Nation, meaning people of the Ho. The Onondaga Nation is a member of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. Centrally located amongst the Cherokee nations, the Onondaga nations serve as the firekeepers or capital of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. Jesus. They put that term Haudenosaunee like 3 times into every database entry. It's such a unique word as well. I gotcha, dude. I don't have a capture card myself because I just use the remote play function of the PlayStation to capture that gameplay. But yeah, dude, I guess you have to kind of configure kind of brightness, gamma, contrast and all that as well. Kind of make it look really good. We have a Seneca Nation, meaning people of a big hill. The Seneca Nation is a member of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. Geographically located on the western end of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, the Seneca are called the Keepers of the Western Door and are responsible for protecting the western entrance into the Haudenosaunee territory. The Three Sisters. The primary economy of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy was horticulture, cultivating what the Haudenosaunee called the Three Sisters: corn, beans, and squash. The women of the village were primarily in the charge of the community's economy and tended to the fields, while the men supplemented their economy through hunting and fishing. The Haudenosaunee economy figures prominently in the spiritual cycle of ceremonies, as the Haudenosaunee will hold Thanksgiving ceremonies to welcome and honor a particular plant for food during corresponding seasons. When George Washington wanted to neutralize the Haudenosaunee Confederacy during the American Revolution, he ordered General Sullivan to destroy every Haudenosaunee village, specifically targeting their cornfields, an act that earned Washington and succeeding presidents the title Ranatakarias, the Town Destroyer. And yeah, this is very important to the overall plot of AC3 as well, that George Washington did these attacks, both historically and in the game. And we have the Tuscarora Nation, meaning the hemp gatherers. They're a member of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. Originally from North Carolina, the Tuscarora migrated northward and were adopted by the Haudenosaunee in between 1714 to 22. From that point on, the Haudenosaunee were referred to as the Six Nations Confederacy. And there we go. That is all the social structures and economy and all that of the Kanigaka and the other indigenous people. That was a lot. And I think we said that Haudenosaunee word close to 30 times. At least that's how it felt like.
Wasqueni, Yasodi the one to rehne wahi.
Oadugon his God's not the owner.
Yeah.
Yo, Tena the drowned in the Ayena.
Huh? Zezak Tinuwe yo Jikunde. Zahaga yo Yanere.
Yum Zaskats.
Nekti Doni Gari was Tona yo Tuhage. Nona Skaguidene, the Wasagayeri ni Hadi Runungue, Kaa, Tahunana Dakwage. So Nona Askananage, the Watna Neda. Iga Garhagunsu on Doratu, Gaa Zage on the Diteru. Gardune Zosser, Aska de Wanyana Hadihage. Yatkari was the Yunkiakwa Daze.
Segun Ino Tumne.
Ha, Nektizaha Akta da Honenu Haje. Te dum Zohum Jokna de Wire, Togayaho Tena Tai de Wire, Togayah Tai de Waderio, To Arden Zawane.
Tokni kuhak. Wagerek tagari hunyani o near tzia gerato.
Tigawanio. To Agux Yoti Nakuni. Zaha Gasto Zeriohage Ziniotne Oya.
Nexia tamdo era ye de gahondage.
Yata diodun zohun unka go deriandere wahi. How Yungeni Dogas ki dogan deni gueni toya yedenewe ne dosa ya yedini rada ne unzage.
Waderian dat Seraxa ne giga.
Das gena gera. Aguasa yane raje.
Sudi de zaga. But they're hot.
Ona deni rata.
Zodzi one dore.
Onio ti isere zaha set satstege doga yacha sadatrege.
Nexi ohnayawa ne doga antjada ne danogihie.
Doga oya wat ti nakunyanyo akta zatkan zera.
It's just one of the things I love about this game, you know, the tree climbing and other kind of designs, you know, being able to traverse through the entirety of Frontier, almost, just, you know, traversing through the trees. And it's not something that Hatham actually could do, like Hatham couldn't climb trees or anything. To kind of underline, you know, that it's something special for Connor to be able to pull off. And also it's very much in line with, you know, him spending so much time in nature and, you know, also of course having certain DNA that makes him, you know, more likely to be able to learn this stuff faster, with more efficient than others. It's something I kind of wish, I mean, it kind of makes sense, I guess, for Edward and Shay to also be able to do this, but I kind of wish it was more unique to Connor, in a way. Yeah, I agree, like, AC3 has the best and more, like, most thought out tree parkour. Especially with a Frontier, you know, it's really built up for that purpose, in a way. Also, hey there, Pucario. Welcome.
Nahoda, wa got ni guruni.
Yatta wak gwenyo agwego yang geni haraunge. Ga ga der har de signora agwego a seroroge. Ga de ga isere ya de ga yeri zinigo yung genia. Tont kur harege. De ga rung gada na anta.
My favorite AC game? So I love most of the AC games a lot, including this one. But my favorite of all time is definitely the second. It just really shaped kind of like my interest in the series, I guess, but also the series itself in a way. I feel like it really introduced like so many more things to the series that other games later could come back to, and yeah, I feel like the whole story and historical setting and the attention to detail, the soundtrack, the narrative, you know, it all really fits well together. And I feel like it's one of the most passionate products, or one of the most passionate products that Ubisoft ever did. And you can really tell if you like kind of also look at like behind the scenes interviews and all that. But yeah, that being said, you know, like other games are not really far behind AC2 for me. Like Origins is another game I absolutely love. Valhalla as well. Revelations, AC1, AC3, Black Flag, you know, Unity. Games that I kind of stand a bit more neutral towards, or that I don't hype as much as these games, I guess, are Brotherhood, Rogue, Odyssey, Syndicate, and Liberation. But those games are still solid, and there's a lot of things I like about these games. Yeah, I'm not even sure if I would say AC2 had like the deepest story. To be honest, I would maybe go with Valhalla in that regard. Like, Valhalla is one of the deepest stories I've seen in AC in a long time. But I just give a lot of credit to AC2 for being the game that it is in the series, and for having, like, without AC2 a lot of other games, you know, never have been made. And I always try to look at the games from like the year that they have been released in. And yeah, in the context of that, like AC2 really has been super outstanding for me personally. But I also have a very personal relationship with AC2 because it was like one of the first like cinematic single player games I played all by myself. And I didn't have like a lot of games back then. So I kind of like used to replay AC2 over and over again, and to me it felt like more like a movie, like interactive movie, than a game. At least the games that I was kind of used to at the time. So I kind of loved how immersive it felt and realistic and based in history. You know, it felt like I could actually learn something about history while playing the game, which just made it all the more immersive to me. I mean, that's fair, yeah. Like, once you've completed all the missions, you know, it's basically only collect the boats. But I guess it is a good time to kind of like go to the next game of the series, or to just like play missions, you know. I think that's good. They give you the option to kind of replay missions if you want to or like to. Something I wish the newer games had, actually. Like, you can do individual saves, but you don't have like a progress tracker you can go into and replay like a certain memory. So I think that's good that AC3 has that option. And yeah, Black Flag has sea shanties and they're definitely awesome. But yeah, like, I love Black Flag, you know. And I do love the sea shanties. But that's not reason enough for me to make it like my top game, I guess. But yeah, I'm also somebody who just cares about story, I guess, the most in AC games. There's kind of like things off with a story that kind of bothers me the most, to be honest. Like, gameplay, definitely important aspect of AC games too. But I can kind of like oversee gameplay flaws, you know, if the story is kind of like intact, I guess. Because if you just replay AC games like I do, then, you know, you just kind of notice when games have like, have kind of been like cheaply written in a way, or you know, just to kind of like surprise you, but don't give you enough depth or reasoning behind certain decisions. Well, Rogue, for example, is like a major example. Like replaying Rogue over and over is like, you just realize all the flaws every time you play it. Whereas other games, you know, you kind of feel like, oh, okay, I didn't notice this, that actually enriches the story. With Rogue, it's kind of the exact opposite, to me, at least. It's like you notice the flaws more and more every time.
So did we not dam go?
Yeah, like they changed up the gameplay and the combat a lot after Syndicate. But that was kind of the idea, right? They wanted to like reboot and refresh the series with a whole like action RPG approach, and having like a more swords sandbox like fighting system was the way to kind of like introduce it, I guess. That's very interesting because AC1 to AC Syndicate has very similar combat mechanics. Like one button to like, you know, counter, then you have like two to like counter attack, you have dodge, disarm, break defense. That's something that almost every game has from AC1 to Syndicate. And the Origins completely changed it up. Very different. But I'm kind of happy about the decision, to be honest. Like, even though I do love the old combat and the animations and all that, like the new combat system is very, very fun to use, especially in like boss fights. And Valhalla also has some really neat animations regardless. Kind of like depending on how you use your skills and abilities. You can make it look very much like the old combat systems, I feel, in some ways. And what kind of adds to that in Valhalla, I feel, is that enemies are not as like damage spongy. You know, like in Odyssey and sometimes Origins with like bigger health enemies, it just felt ridiculous having to hit them like 100 times before they die or something. So I'm kind of happy that Valhalla brings like more efficiency to you know, how fast you can kill them, also with like weak points and all that, and like stunning some finishers. I'm not sure if I can say which one I prefer or would say is like better, but I definitely do enjoy both combat systems for sure. Okay, so we have sequence 4, hunting lessons.
Yeah, segu de dom zom mai deni wararo ge danu ganem.
Agwa ya no wonder de gadora tsra wi ha. Danu dos zero zuzi wa gare so.
Anguri hunya kana dakta ezot kudina gerenyo ton di jadora de. Dom zom yo snore am dayo kwate. Yot kwenya se ka heya de. Kaya danoru ne giga de ham tanega. Onek tia de waderi wa kwenyas tage ne sa oyera.
Yeah, the Cyclops could definitely be long fight depending on your equipment and difficulty and all that. But yeah, I guess it's what all the three games have in common. Like boss fights are usually very long and, you know, healthy. For example, the Curse of Pharaoh's DSC in Origins, like the Pharaohs are mighty tanky. And if you play on Nightmare difficulty as I did, then they can like one-shot you sometimes. Even if you have like the best equipment possible.
Sadadenak dotas aunda sade sanuni. Toganze sadovate ande wadu nege negario. Tanu yan wa dorat serayan da ne.
Agua next ni wa de sanio.
Ona on denian zere. Yo snore se wahra gwe tarungo. Skena sun a tanut kayeri. Yahta o waru kok tate zadum zoni. Nektiga nehum oni. Toga danzas teriha o si daksa. Anguna dun hasse ona o niyo zi asat karhara. Jojera tu onek tia se tsari di nume guja darorox ne gundirio. Dio sumagaro de the watskan hunkwa. Di gahnegi rata. Zezak ne gayandere matrori di unwak to dundundawarie.
But yeah, I feel like the issue in Odyssey, I mean, it's not necessarily an issue because Odyssey is meant to be an RPG, right? So not going to focus on warrior will kind of like make you weaker in combat. But I kind of feel like a lot of the enemies, like regular enemies, are kind of like very healthy by default already. So yeah, like if you have an assassin build, then you really have to hit enemies so many times to kill them in combat. And even if you have like a solid warrior set that is not fully maxed out, you know, it would still take quite a few hits, like probably 8 to 10 at least, to kill somebody. If it's like not, you know, fully optimized or something. And yeah, I don't know. What I like about Origins of Valhalla is kind of like you can be good in ranged, in stealth, in combat at the same time, you know, you're kind of like an all-rounder. And that's been something that was established in every AC game essentially, you know, like it's even something that the 10 Commandments write down of AC, that the original creator has kind of like written, kind of like thesis on what AC should represent. And it's that the protagonist is always like an all-round master, essentially, of deceiving, stealth, social stealth, charisma, combat, different multiple weapon types, stealth, and all that. So, having to be kind of like forced in Odyssey to go one play style, you know, felt a bit anticlimactic in the scenes where I had to use something else, especially early on in the game. If you fully focus on warrior, then you can't assassinate people. And then if you fully focus on assassin, you can't, like, you know, kill people efficiently in combat. Which makes sense for being an RPG, but in comparison to other AC games, it kind of feels like very limited, you know, in what you can do sometimes. Cheers, Bugario. Thank you for the follow and coming by, and I hope you have a good day as well.
Kanaktiyo nega ayut karhara. Hauki oya dijat karhara. Ganto zat karhara.
Ganiyot.
Yuyanere. How jade nyanda ne zaha gario dawana ye deniena zini gariwe sugenir hare.
To idawes, so that's the neos niza ona.
Yeah. Kaya gwire danu gahure au naya anga daksa de ne ganehum. Negi gas kaya da gesnu sage angats de zi anjena. Onak tis kena asun a ange. Toga oskenundu ayunge.
Wizaga.
Jokno hoda era yunge niguhra hawinte. Onak tis kade nyada.
Oops. Should have gone into the bushes here. I was distracted. Okay, so way to bait them is to use the bait. Very self-explanatory. And then to kind of like prevent the height or pout for going bad or damage, we're just gonna use our fist. Like that.
Ona deni roro ke zino hoda de dom zohum.
Which again is interesting because I think Red Dead 2 has a similar mechanic, because it is the same team that worked on the wildlife aspect. And depending on how you kill animals there, it seems to like influence the quality of a pelt. Which I think is cool because it kind of brings, you know, a certain bit more depth into the hunting aspect. And you know, then also in AC3 you can't just use damaged pelts for producing something out of a pelt. You can only do it with like, you know, actual like non-damaged ones.
Yama. Timja tum zoni sego, nekti yatte zugini naktude. Onekti de deni zaru aja dorade, toga idenere yatta idenokta.
Yatte wag der yan dare.
Kunye takwa, tazada de takwa, nize.
Like how he's like pumping his belly. Yeah, punching a deer would be pretty tough. I like to think that he is actually like breaking the deer's neck or something. But yeah, it would be tricky to kind of like do it barehanded. And the animation is definitely punch animation, so must be his Isu strength. Yeah, we aren't in range there. So definitely want to get a hare, so we have like that animal type hunted, because the foxes are actually hunting the hares, so we gotta be fast or we're all hunted down. Okay, cool, that's a hare. Now, let's go inside here, and I want to combine a bait and a snare to lure an animal into this. Like that. Fox should hopefully set or trigger the trap. There we go. Now to do one more air assassination. It's kind of cool, you know, like you just basically seen the deer like sniff. Like she was observing her environments. She was kind of like you know, noticing our presence. And if you would actually like high profile run on the trees, they would be panicked and run away. But if you go low profile on the trees, they won't. So that's another cool detail to the wildlife, you know, and how like animals react to you. Like playing AC3 always brings me a mood to play Red Dead 2 sometime. Because of the same team, you know, doing this stuff for the games. And the wildlife and nature is kind of like one of the things I'm really interested in with that game specifically. But yeah, I actually decided to play Red Dead Revolver and Red Dead 1 first before going to Red Dead 2. And I think it's gonna be the next game after Sonic that I currently play. But yeah, quite excited to go into that series since I haven't played any of those games yet.
Kana dogu? Oh, naawa ne. Otku.
When in doubt, just go on the tree if there's a bear. Oh shit, actually, watch me. Like this dude. Yeah, to be honest, I had no idea that Red Dead Revolver, was like connected that much to the series. I think I heard about that game before on your channel. I think you talked about it once or twice. But yeah, when I was like doing research yesterday on like, which Red Dead to play first, I kind of felt like, okay, that could be a cool idea if it's like, some kind of like a spiritual predecessor. And yeah, I watched also a bit of gameplay of the game. And while it looks very old and kind of like dated in some ways, I guess, I don't mind it personally, like I really don't care that much about gameplay advancements if the game is like kind of entertaining or, the story's good and stuff like this. And given that it's kind of like connected to Red Dead, and I already have a feeling that I'm gonna really enjoy the story of those games, I definitely want to give it a chance. But yeah, I'm really excited to get finally started with that series because it just looks so good, like seeing you and Demise play the games. And it's Rockstar storytelling and world building. So since I have played GTA 4 and 5, I'm quite excited about these aspects as well. No worries, Ronnie. You have a good day. Thank you for coming by and joining. And yeah, we will catch you next time, dude. Have a good day. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've been actually thinking about playing, Red Dead 2 first. But then I thought like, okay, gameplay-wise it might be a bit weird. Like starting with the newest game and then going backwards. And then of course the game have been released like that, so people who were, growing up with the games, or like, playing Red Dead 1 when it came out, would have the same experiences I would have playing through the games like that. Plus, Rockstar themselves said that they actually recommend playing Red Dead 1 first, even if it's set after 2, like chronologically in the history. So I guess I'm just going to trust what Rockstar said there, And another thing I heard is that there's like certain references in Red Dead 2 that you only get if you actually have played Red Dead 1. So I kind of hope that, I will get more insight into these references once I get to play the second game.
Agua gets honey, let's get Nyaga. Nyawa.
I'm the Jatandi ona. I was zero naja ge hodi ni guhrayanda ne. Tino jera ya ezo de tiena.
Next yato deot.
Oh niot.
Rat dukhawa hageri hunya.
so satisfying when you get full sync. But I'm also kind of glad that you know, it's not a requirement for this run, because I did it recently on the Enemies project, so I just, you know, paid for all the missions with all the objectives not too long ago. It's kind of good, like, playing other missions but not having to worry too much about that. But yeah, that being said, I still try to get the objectives full, at least most of the time. I got Sherrod. Yeah, I guess, you know, both ways are kind of like a good way to do it. And I guess you could kind of say it's like, you know, AC in some ways. For example, you know, if you take AC3 and Black Flag, AC3 has been released before Black Flag, but Black Flag is set historically before 3. So, you know, you could play Black Flag and then 3 and it would flow really well, except for the modern day. And you can also go in release order and it would flow really well with like the modern day part of it, you know. So yeah, it's kind of cool when you can take on a series in like different ways. So I reckon I'm gonna go by release order for first time, and once I replay the series, I probably go for Red Dead 2 and then 1. Kind of like switch it up a little bit. Dude, that mission is so horrible. I remember the first time I tried to do it for my full sync playthrough. It took me like 15 tries or something, and even then I didn't get it. Because I just had no idea how to do it, you know, it was like very luck dependent to me, it seems like. Kind of found out a way now to do it like more efficiently. I think the last time I actually managed to do it first try, which was very surprising to me. But yeah, I kind of felt like, or figured out that if you just like take down the sails of the ships, and then position yourself in front of the ships, like facing the front of a ship, and you just press fire once without loading it up, it has like the highest chance of basically revealing these powder shots without sinking the ship. So that helped me a lot, you know, kind of like realizing, okay, that's like an efficient strategy. But dude, it took me like so long to actually get to that point of like figuring out how to do it. And even then, it's kind of a bit, you know, luck dependent, I feel. So, yeah. Definitely glad I don't have to do that this time. However, I'm going to try to do it, I think. And if I fail it, I'm just gonna continue. But I would try to showcase the tactic on how to do it. But yeah, I know what you mean. There's also another mission where you have to blow up like powder reserves on like ships. Then you have to like air assassinate the Grenadier and also stay undetected during all that. And that's like another mission AC3 that I kind of loathe to do. So yeah, there definitely are tricky requirements in this game. But most of them I would say are quite fun. And I still love this option objective, you know, kind of like mechanic in the games. I kind of hope that future games will bring that back in a way, because I kind of can understand that it's frustrating to some people. To me it was always like kind of fun to try to synchronize with the ancestor as much as possible. And to kind of like get an understanding for how they approached, you know, certain missions. It also gives more insight into like, you know, how they approach things in general, I guess. For example, an interesting thing I noticed with Syndicate is that Jacob actually tries to kill as less innocent as possible in the last missions. Especially after Roth and what he encountered with him. Whereas Evie is allowed to kill anybody really in most of the missions. Which was interesting to me. It kind of felt like Jacob took like a lesson out of what happened with Roth, looking at the optional objectives that happened in the last sequence. So yeah, I feel like that aspect is kind of interesting as well. But yeah guys, since I haven't taken a break today yet, I'm gonna do this before we hop into the next major memory and get some sort of revelation for Connor. So yeah, I will be back in a couple minutes, and then we're gonna find out more about Connor's fate and the part that he has to play in the bigger picture. So yeah, I will see you guys in a few. Yo guys, and welcome back. Sorry for a bit of a longer break, but had a few things to discuss, so it took a bit longer. But yeah, we're back with sequence 4 of AC3. We just got introduced to young adult Connor, or rather, I guess teenager Bartona Geron, because he's like maybe 12-13 years old at this point. And yeah, we're about to talk to the clan mother, find something about Connor and his, I guess, fate, or what he has to do. Cheers, Rod. Thank you, dude. Welcome back as well to this wonderful game. Something to remember.
Agaderian dare Gizardi Hoye was Onogera Gia Garha Gunchedeweta. Onogera Gia Deatia Jataranire ne Oya Ganyoke Hagazi Waterio. Uma was Sundade Donzaderi Hua Seraguase. Yohunjanorunge, Yunguadena Dayan, Danune, Amha Arjunguaderi Wayani ne. Ayatia se Doni Sege Unjunza.
Arahaja Zidogane Gando, Ayatiri Hune Kiswas, Saha Odisas Tasirayanda.
Yunguadora is in a tonaya de wayer hage. Yunguayat dodar he un zinogayera ne de tiswa neda. Danu ne dogat tono de wayere yot deru ayunguajonha se.
Onujera Zitoni Ori Hawana ne I the Wada Den Hodu. Ona Hoda Tiga.
Seria sadoga, nekti gets hani sudzi ezos are harde. Was says akane gari huaironitstu, satahatsori.
Yeah, he sure does, Rod. You know, can't see this vision and, you know, just do nothing or just pretend like he didn't see it. He's definitely very dedicated towards finding out the truth.
Leaving home was harder than I thought. I expected the journey would fill me with a sort of pride, a sense of accomplishment. But whatever it was that carried me away from home soon fled, replaced by questions, and no small amount of doubt. Had I been too hasty? Had I made a mistake? The others in the village, they thought this was something I wanted, something I chose to do. But it never felt that way to me. No, it was not a choice. It was an obligation. Because if not me, then who?
That's another thing, you know, he doesn't do it for himself or to kind of like, you know, look for glory or, you know, something like that. He does it solely because nobody else would. Yeah, that's true as well. Like, it's a very, very big burden that's kind of like accompany him throughout most of the game. It's kind of interesting, but I believe Connor at this point is like 13 years old. You know, when I first played this game, I kind of had the feeling he would be like 17 or something. But yeah, he's actually quite young. Which is also important to remember when seeing, you know, young Connor. Especially at the homestead and in connection with Achilles. Like there's still, you know, like lots that he has to learn still.
Get out of the way!
After him!
Travel to Davenport Homestead. Let's go. yeah,
You must be one of them native fellas from the, what's it called? Iroquois tribe. Aye. You from that?
Of course not, Terry. Iroquois ain't a tribe.
Is so.
Is not. The Iroquois is a confederation.
Confederate what now?
Confederation, ya Tony. It's a group, an alliance. Lots of different kinds of people all united.
Right. Like I said, a tribe.
Listen, you toddy-headed twiddlepoop. There's a difference between a tribe and a confederation, and it's not my fault your skull's too thick to make sense of it.
Who you calling a twiddlepoop, you crump-back scab?
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Rod. Like, you know, after Ezio, and especially with Ezio having so many games, I feel it was good to kind of go with a very different type of character, you know. Because, yeah, it would be horrible if, you know, each AC game would just be the same character, just under a different name, you know. It's good to kind of, like, give different character traits, backgrounds, culture, you know, historical time periods of, like, you know, get born into. Like, all of this kind of influences and shapes a character, and it's good that Ezio is kind of unique, you know, to his games, and there doesn't need to be another character that's exactly like him. And yeah, Connor's just, I think, such a well-crafted character and well-written character. It's just only because he's not as charismatic as other characters, you know, that makes him like a bad character in some people's eyes. And I think it's just not considering, you know, the intentions of the writers. Which is funny because it kind of happened with Valhalla as well. You know, like, for example, you know, the whole story with Deck and Sigurd, you know, like, Deck being the way he is and Sigurd being the way he is once he comes back. You know, some people say it's like bad writing because it's just annoying to having to deal with it. But, you know, Darby basically said, well, it's intended, you know, that they're annoying. So we kind of achieved what we wanted. Yeah, some people, you know, will still argue it's bad writing. And with Connor, it's similar, you know, like, he is kind of like naive and, you know, not like the best when it comes to like social interactions with like the colonists, but, you know, that has like very good reasons for why that is the case. That's important, you know.
This is between me and him.
Yeah, mind your business.
Kind of like have logical explanations for why characters act the way they do, even if it's, you know, something that one would disagree with. I think that's definitely something not enough people consider about Connor as a character. Sequence 5. Boorish Man.
What? I was told you could train me.
No. Go away!
I'm not leaving!
Yeah, exactly. Like, he wants to be touched all of the time. I sure don't. Achilles Davenport. You may not think it to look at him how, but this man was once the mentor of a powerful branch of the Assassins, the Colonial Brotherhood. Achilles' life before he was an assassin isn't well documented. It seems that most of the records were destroyed when the Templars nearly wiped out the Order in 1763. From what I do have, Achilles was recruited in the mid-1730s and became a mentor in 1746. He had a gift for both recruitment and organization, so before long was head of a crew of assassins that spanned the colonies at much of the frontier. Achilles strengthened the ties between the Order and the nations of the Iroquois Confederacy, particularly the Kanekahaka, who, as far as our records show, Connor is the first Native American to actually become an assassin. Then we have a New England Hunting Society. This club was founded in 1770 by several trappers who earned their living in the area, including Simon Girty. And Dubtone89, welcome dude. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome raiders, how's it going everybody? I hope you had a good stream. But yeah, welcome to AC3. We're currently playing an in-depth story run. So yeah, reading all the database, or at least most of it. Doing all the missions and kind of like discussing the story. So yeah, you're welcome to join of course. Hey Battalion, welcome mate. And thank you for joining with Raid. Yeah, everything is going well. Very much enjoying AC3 today. How's your day going? The idea was to have cabins that would be a safe haven and warm place to rest for colonists who spent the seasons trapping in this part of the frontier. According to the records, as many as 24 hunters used the buildings at any one time. Although it originally started out as just a shared cabin space, it quickly evolved into a more formalized society. Human nature being what it is, hunters would break about their kills around the fire and exaggerate. After the several bouts over who could claim the title of a mightiest hunter, society members agreed to start logging their kills in writing. But why they thought this would prevent people from lying is beyond me. It didn't. Sad really. By the way, yesterday I caught a Velociraptor. Nice, Talion. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. So yeah, we're currently playing as young Connor. We just got to the homestead into Davenport. And yeah, we're desperately trying to get recruited as an assassin. But the assassin mentor isn't really up to it. He's a bit grumpy and doesn't let us in.
I need a place to camp. This should do. There must be another way in. Please, all I ask is a moment of your time.
I apologize if I've been unclear or otherwise confused you with my words. It was never my intention to mislead, so let me try to clarify. Get the hell off my land.
Coming up!
I like how persistent Connor is, you know. Achilles is like, get off my lawn. Go away, kid. Otherwise I'm gonna hurt you really bad. Connor, I didn't hear anything you said. I'm coming up.
Just hear me out. What are you so afraid of?
Afraid? You think I'm afraid of anything? Least of all a self-important little scab like you? Or you might dream of being a hero, of riding to rescues, of saving the world. But stay this course, and the only thing you're gonna be is dead. The world's moved on, boy. Best you do too.
I will not leave, do you hear me? I'm never leaving. Just wait, old man. I will not be defeated so easily. You will train me. You have to.
But yeah, I think what also makes Connor a bit more persistent in, you know, chasing, this goal is that he actually has seen, you know, a vision of the future. So if he hadn't seen that, you know, he maybe wouldn't have been as persistent learning about that he has to, like, you know, seek the symbol if it wasn't for the way that he's seen it. So when he says, like, you have to train me, you know, he's kind of like saying, it has to happen. I've seen it in the future.
These are square toes. This'll be easy.
That's what you said last time, and I wound up with a dead horse and a dark eye.
Who are you?
No one you need concern yourself with, little britches.
Best cut for something bad happens.
No.
Can't say we didn't warn ya. Oi, brothers!
Songs and spirits can't save you now.
Should have run when you had the chance. Yield, boy. Do you quit?
Why are you here? What do you want?
Best ask the boss man.
You working for the old man, then? That it?
Maybe this will get you talking.
Thank you.
Pick this up. Then I suppose we should talk.
I like how Achilles, you know, seeing him fight, suddenly is like, oh, actually I changed my mind. You're quite badass. How about I actually fight you? How about I actually train you?
Sorry.
Not your fault. This whole place is ready to come down. Goddamn miracle it hasn't already. Anyway, who are you?
My name is Radohangado.
Right. Well, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Now, tell me why you're here.
I was told to seek this symbol.
Do you even know what that symbol represents? Or what it is you're asking for?
No.
And yet, here you are.
The spirit said that I am...
These spirits of yours have been harassing the assassins for centuries. Ever since Ezio uncorked the bottle. But you don't even know what an assassin is, do you? Well, that's settled in then. I've got a story to tell, and it's gonna take a while to get it all out. And so, this is why the Assassins have dedicated themselves to the pursuit of the Templars. Because if they succeed, your spirit's visions will become reality.
Then I will stop them.
Oh, I have no doubt you'll try. Come on, I've something to show you.
Dude, I would have loved to hear...
It wasn't a joke when I said this place was coming apart.
You know, the actual story.
Why don't you repair it?
That he tells Connor.
What's the point? Besides, I don't have materials for the job.
So buy them.
Look at me. You think I can just march into some store, purse full of pounds, and go shopping?
Yes. Why not?
So naive.
Yeah, but that's the thing with Connor, you know, like, it's definitely intended that he asks these questions, you know. They kind of is very idealistic and naive about, you know, how the ways the colonists work, because you know, you could make it the other way around, like, you know, take one of the colonists and just place them in one of the Mohawk villages, you know, they have to like cope with like how everyday life goes. It would be very different, you know. They would also be oblivious about the traditions and customs and all that. If they haven't spent time before, of course.
I don't think you can just come in here, throw those on, and call yourself an assassin.
I did not. I would never presume...
That's all right. I know they've a certain allure. Very well. I'll train you. Then we'll know if you've the right to wear those robes.
Thank you.
Name's Achilles. Come on then. We've work to do.
You are a speck of dust, a nothing. You and all your kind. Living in the dirt like animals. Oblivious to the true ways of the world.
What do the Templars want?
What they've always wanted. Control. They see an opportunity in the colonies. A chance for new beginnings, unfettered by the chaos of the past. This is why they backed the British. Here they have a chance to illustrate the merits of their beliefs, a people in service to the principles of order and structure.
I have seen what is to come if they succeed. They have to die, don't they? All of them. Even my father.
Especially your father. He's the one holding the whole thing together.
Especially your father. And that's the truth.
So I trained. In running, in climbing, in fighting, in falling. And for every lesson that concerned the body, there were two that concerned the mind. Language, philosophy, logic, the arts. Achilles taught most often of the Assassins and Templars, their structures, origins, and purpose. Centuries of history condensed into a few short days. I told him of the men who had burned my village, of Charles Lee, and my promise to him. Achilles explained that Lee and his followers were Templars, and that they were led by none other than my own father. If I was to serve the Order, these men would become my targets. So I worked harder, learned faster, but for all my progress, it was clear that I still had much to learn. My training had only just begun.
So yeah, this is of course a gravesite, as you can see, and it says Connor Davenport and Abigail Davenport. No, which means Achilles' wife and his son, they died already, and he already set a gravestone for himself, so that you know, in case he dies, they know where to bury him. Yeah, so to be honest, I kind of don't mind that they charge money for it, you know, because the way they do it is kind of like more logical than Odyssey did it, in my opinion, because now you have to go to a blacksmith, right, and the blacksmith kind of like works the item to a different appearance, and that, you know, takes like money. So to me that kind of like has gameplay logic behind it. And plus, I don't think 50 silver is that much either, you know, like I feel like you can make that money very quickly and easily. Plus, you can actually mix match looks beforehand, right? You can like combine certain equipment, find a look that you would like to have, and then change, you know, the appearance. So you wouldn't like have to lose money just to kind of like find different starts or what works together. Yeah, like a lot of people, like I watched on Reddit, you know, I was like really happy reading about it, and then in the comments I just saw criticism about how it's like, you know, such a step backwards from Odyssey and all that. And I mean, yeah, it's nice Odyssey, you could do it on the fly, but I definitely argue that Valhalla system makes more sense. And you know, while it costs a bit of money, it's not like horrible. So yeah, if it was like 500 silver, I would be like, okay, that's quite expensive. But I think you also have to consider, like, a lot of people just, you know, expect certain systems to be there. You know, like transmog hasn't been a thing in Origins. Like Odyssey was the first game that had it. You know, so to be honest, I don't even have the expectations that they would include such a system, you know, because it's just bonus, really. To me, at least. So I didn't mind, you know, them charging money for that either, because, yeah, you know, I don't really expect the system to be there to begin with. Also, welcome, Cass. No, this time you're actually here in time, because I'm planning to do a longer stream today. So we're still gonna be going for a bit longer. But yeah, good morning to you. I hope you're doing well. Who's the good doggo? You are. Awesome, Cass. That's good to hear. I'm glad you're feeling great. I'm also doing quite well, playing some AC3 today, which is always a good time. We just switched to Connor not too long ago. And yeah, this is really where the story starts to keep rolling, I guess. And I love Connor as a character so much. Kind of great decision to play as somebody who's, you know, kind of like, who got conceived out of a love between, you know, a colonist and a Mohawk. It's kind of like the love child of both worlds in a way. Sequence 5. Achilles' Errand.
Good morning.
To you as well. You taking a trip?
I've decided to do something about the house, and you're going to help me. Get it? Don't stare.
Sorry.
Come on.
Okay, let's have a look at the database real quick, because we have some updates. One for Charles Lee. Frustrated with the lack of advancement with the British, Lee moved back to New York in 1773. He quickly became a supporter of the revolutionary cause, and in June of 1775 he joined the Continental Army with the rank of Major General. He began his service under the command of George Washington, which grated, since Lee had some hopes of being named Commander-in-Chief of the Army himself. Given Lee's experience, he might have had a point, but he also had his drawbacks. Most notable was his temper. He was quick to anger, and he had a habit of being very vocally and publicly angry when he didn't get his way. Bosses laughed at. Lee also had some rather odd personal quirks. He was exceptionally fond of dogs and was continually surrounded by them, in particular his much-loved Pomeranian. Never trust a man continually surrounded by tiny dogs. He was also vain and liked tailored suits, but rarely washed them, meaning that he smelled little better than his animals, and worse, according to some. Despite his failings, Lee was both a competent leader and popular with the troops. Washington recognized it and named one of the forts on the Hudson River Fort Lee in his honor. If Washington was hoping that just naming a fort after him smooth over their rocky relationship, it amazingly didn't work. In fact, as time went on, Lee became less and less fond of Washington and became reluctant to follow his orders at all. When Washington retreated across New York and New Jersey in 1776, he sent several commands to Lee to follow him, which Lee did, but very slowly, which may be what resulted in him being left behind and captured by the British in 1776. Still, it's understandable. He probably had to stop every 5 minutes to let his bloody dogs piss in a hedge. Fortunately for Lee, he had resigned his commission in the British Army shortly after taking on the role of the Continental Army. That meant instead of being tried for being a deserter, his imprisonment in New York was more of an inconvenience. He was wined and dined by the British, allowed to have whomever he wanted as a dinner guest. It was basically a bed and breakfast. In return, Lee gave up information about the state of the Continental Army. And yeah, I'm doing good, Kes. Thank you for asking. Definitely doing good. Very excited playing this game again. Because I just love the characters and the story so much. We also have Davenport Homestead. This lovely little collection of buildings was the headquarters for the original Assassin Order of the Colonist. A modus massiaf, if you will. Sometime during the 7 Years' War, the Templars made their move and destroyed it during their assassin witch hunt. By which I mean there was a witch hunt for assassins, not that there were assassin witches. Achilles survived the attack and stuck around to keep the manor standing, barely by the looks of it. Once Connor came along, it flourished again for several decades, even surpassing its former glory. Then it suddenly vanished early in the 19th century. Any manor that can suddenly vanish is both interesting and unsettling at the same measure, though probably not a great investment. So it's kind of interesting, you know, because this database entry says that there was an attack on the homestead, and that's how kind of, you know, he got hurt and got his, you know, injury with his leg. However, in Rogue, that's not the case. It's actually in the North Atlantic when that happens. So that's another inconsistency that Rogue has with this game, you know. It kind of changes Achilles' past to some degree to make him look a bit different than he has been introduced in 3. But 3 is basically saying that all of this happened when they were taking the homestead, you know.
This place is incredible. The people, the sounds and smells. I could walk these streets for days and know not even half its wonders.
I thought the same as you upon a time. These days, I much prefer the quiet of the countryside.
But there is so much life here. So many opportunities.
For a few, my boy. For a few. There's a store close to here. You're to buy the items on this list. Tell them where the carriage is, and they'll see that it's loaded. Understood?
Yes.
Good. You're also going to need a new name. Your skin is fair enough that you might pass for one with Spanish or Italian blood. Better to be thought a Spaniard than a native. And both are better still than I.
That is not true.
What's true and what is aren't always the same.
What would you call me then?
Connor. Yes, that will be your name. All right then, off you go.
And yeah, Achilles gives the name Connor to Raton and Gedon, which is the same name that, you know, his son had. Yeah, dude, Control looks like such a great game. I watched Rod play quite a bit of it. And it's really, yeah, interestingly looking. With like all the powers that you get and also how fast paced everything is. Exactly, Rod. Exactly. You know? Like Achilles already has fatherly... Like guess, kind of like feelings about Connor, I guess. Otherwise he wouldn't have given him that name. And you know, Connor growing up without a father, Achilles definitely becomes more of a father figure than Haven ever would be to Connor. And you know, Connor is still a really young age here, like he's still like 13. So like there's a lot of like development he still has to undergo, I guess. And Achilles is having like a huge impact on that. The Stamp Act was the British government's attempt to recoup some of the money they spent during the French and Indian War by taxing the American colonists, who theoretically benefited most from it. Parliament chose a stamp tax because it was simple, easily implemented, and the colonists couldn't smuggle their way out of paying it. All papers, from newspapers to legal documents to lawyers' licenses, would need to purchase a government stamp to be used. Colonists, however, didn't think Britain had the right to tax them at all, since there were no colonial representatives in Parliament, hence the snappy revolutionary slogan, "No taxation without representation." They also resented the suggestion that they were responsible for Britain's war debts, since the colonial militia had a huge role in fighting and winning the French and Indian War. Huge public protests were organized, run by groups who called themselves the Sons of Liberty. Merchants declared a boycott of British goods. Perhaps most importantly, the people assigned to collect the tax were threatened and intimidated into resigning. The Massachusetts stamp distributor was even paraded through Boston by the Sons of Liberty and forced to resign at the Liberty Tree. No stamp taxes were ever collected, and British repealed the Stamp Act in March 1766, but it wasn't an entire victory for the colonies. Parliament then passed something called the Declaratory Act, essentially stating that Britain had the absolute right to tax the colonists, and there wasn't anything the colonists could do about it. Nothing, that is, except start their own country. I've always fancied doing that. Okay, that is really funny, because you know, the voice actor for Sean, Danny Wallace, he actually started his own country. Like, he as a person, kind of like tried to find out how to start a country, you know, just because it was like such an absurd idea that he was like just interested in, okay, how to actually go about this, you know. And he actually created it, and he actually has citizens that are registered on his country, even if it's like super small. I'm not even sure where it is. But yeah, he actually did that. And it's very funny, you know, how this is like a fourth wall break to Danny Wallace, because I'm sure he has influence, you know, how the database has been written quite a bit, given that he's a writer himself and playing Sean as well. But yeah, he's also the author of Yes Man, which was made a movie with Jim Carrey as well. So yeah, that's a cool break here. I gotcha, Kiss. Yeah, that's really good, you know, the game, even if you don't know much about it, just kind of like sucks you in. Like kind of appealing from the get-go.
The Commissioners of Customs Act. Oh, Chancellor Townsend must have thought himself so clever when he papered these thefts and made them law, but the Constitution says we've a right to refuse, that there will be no taxation without representation. Tell me, who represented us in Parliament? Who spoke on our behalf? Signed in our stead? Give me a name. Only you can't. And you know why? You can't tell me who represented us because nobody did.
Yeah, so this basically connects directly to a Stamp Act we just read upon. It's kind of like what, you know, makes the people right currently. They don't want to be taxed by the British.
You lost?
I need the items on this list.
Will you be paying with coin or trade? Some of these things I have, some I don't. Lumber's hard to come by since my supplier up and vanished. I have the tools and pitch, though. Nails, too. So, where do you want this delivered?
Our wagon is near the State House. I should return to Achilles.
Who stands in Parliament for Boston? For New York? For Virginia? No one. Everyone. Old Sarum is represented. And Newport, and Newtown, Seaford, and Saltash. The list goes on. Rotten boroughs, one and all. And yet, there are many.
And yeah, now the guards are also alerted, and they are fighting against rioters.
We're headed to the customs house to toss some quips at the lobsters. James, Sam, come on. We're going to ruffle some red-backed feathers.
What happened?
That's what we're going to find out.
We'll show.
The Loyalists. They were colonists who sided with the British during the Revolution. They were also known as Tories, Royalists, and Kingsmen, and probably also by their enemies as those bloody ass-kissing ninny hammers, among other things. But being a Loyalist might seem to you like the bad guys, that's only because you know the Patriots won. It's very easy to use history to look smart, even if you were subjected to the American education system. And system is a strong word. In fact, by some estimates, as many as 1 in 5 colonists were actively loyalists, and many more tried not to pick a side altogether. I expect the version of the story you've heard goes something like this. The loyalists were traitors who betrayed their fellow American to the British. That's a nice little fiction, since from a loyalist perspective the opposite was true. The colonies were founded and owned by Britain. The colonists were therefore British citizens, thus the rebels trying to disobey the king were the real traitors here. Aha, you see, you're a country of traitors. Try spinning that. You would also have to be pretty brave to be a loyalist, particularly if the people in your community were patriots. Non-loyalists were frequently dragged from their homes, beaten, bummed with candles, or tarred and feathered. That's just in case you suffered from the delusion that the patriots always took the moral high ground. Yeah, that's kind of like interesting, right? It's like, yeah, this wagon, or like, you know, let's meet at this time, but then you don't communicate where you actually have to meet and stuff like this. Like, you know, sometimes movies and games are not very consistent about like the logic. Another classic is, you know, also whenever they make like food in like shows, for example, you know, they make like the most spectacular breakfast or something like this, and then the characters take like one bite, one sip of a coffee, and then they're like on the way to the next scene. And it's like all that food made for like one bite. But yeah, it's always funny when, you know, movies and games kind of like stray away from like how it would be in real life, I guess. Yeah, citizens like to do that, Cass, in this game at least. Yeah, there were scenes of like both citizens and redcoats holding each other. Yeah, exactly, Rod. You can't spend too much time just showing people eating. Yeah, definitely funny. And we have the Patriots. That's a voice, Rod. Thank you so much for coming by, dude, and joining. Very much appreciated. There's also a shout out to you. For anybody who didn't check out Rod's stream yet, he's a huge fan of AC. Playing for AC2 currently and AC Valhalla on the weekends. He's also just finished the Medium and Control. Yeah, the next game he's going to be playing will be Alan Wake with Replay. And then he's also still playing Red Dead Redemption 2, being Completionist. So lots of great games to catch and a really great dude as well. So definitely check it out if you haven't. And you, Rod, have a good night, a good rest, and yeah, we will talk to you soon. That's the voice, dude. Always happy to give you a shout out. Until next time. The Patriots were colonists who united against the British government in the Revolutionary War. Although at the time of revolution, Patriot was something of a negative term. What we call Patriots today were more likely to be called Whigs, or if you were loyalists, rebels. The Patriot motto was "No taxation without representation." A great phrase for rebel rousing, though a poor choice of catchphrase for, say, a game show host. It's also a phrase that requires a bit of unpacking for a modern audience, by which I mean you, Desmond. The colonists didn't elect representatives to the British legislature, and because of the travel distance between Britain and America and the distinct lack of aeroplanes, it wouldn't have been practical. Instead, Patriots wanted to be governed by representatives within the colonies. Of course, they did have legislatures already, but those were rather prone to being shut down by British appointed governors whenever they didn't behave properly. Read, do exactly what the governor wanted. It's hard to know how many people in the colonies are Patriots. The best guess is between 40 and 45% of the population. The rest were either declared loyalists or people who decided to remain tactically neutral. Probably a wise choice given that both sides were known for seizing the property of their enemies.
Down to the customs house for a spree! Come along!
I say again, disperse! Congregating in this manner is forbidden!
We're not going anywhere, Bug!
Oi! Why did you go back to England?
No good can come of this chaos! Return to your homes, and all will be forgiven!
Never!
Not until you've answered for your crimes!
You're right, cowards!
You don't scare us!
Pointing guns at unarmed
We ain't afraid!
There. Is that my father?
Yes, which means trouble is sure to follow. I need you to tail his accomplice. This crowd is a powder keg. We can't allow him to light the fuse.
But
nothing. Do as I say and go.
Come on, you gosh-gutted coward!
Hatham Kenway is a Templar who came to the American colonies in 1754. From what we have learned, Kenway was sent here by Grandmaster Reginald Birch with a dual mission. Establish his own Templar group to rival the colonial assassins, and search for clues about artifacts related to the first civilization. And when a Grandmaster tells you to do something, you do it, even if it's just a chess Grandmaster. Kenway didn't find the artifacts he was looking for. He did, however, recruit a small, dedicated band of Templars. He also attempted to forge a relationship with the Kani Kahaka in the frontier, and one woman in particular, Gatsnesio. The two were briefly lovers, and however brief it was enough because Gatsnesio, unbeknownst to Haven, ended up raising their son, Connor. I'm guessing it was Kenway who became Grandmaster in the colonies and therefore the man responsible for the 1763 attack on the colonial assassins. That attack wiped out most of the membership and almost all of our records from that era. It's never been clear exactly what happened in the attack, or how Kenway managed to make it such a complete surprise. In any case, I don't think I like this guy. Sorry to use such a strong word. Yeah, same here. And it's kind of interesting, you know, because this actually gives room for Rogue to kind of tell the story. Which kind of indicates that Shay betrayed the location of the homestead to the Templars, which resulted in the purge of the assassins who lived there. So Shay is kind of responsible for that as well. In a way, I reckon.
Shoot at me! Hey, Lobster! Go ahead! Fire your little gun!
You red-backed, rum-soaked, bacon-faced lout! I'd as soon bite just this on you!
Okay, he seems to be kind of bugged out or something. Maybe he changes once he gets closer. Nope. He's still running in circles. It's kind of curious.
Boy, you there! What's all the fuss about?
Fire at the townhouse.
Okay, there we go. Very unsuspicious.
Your plot is ended.
Not quite.
Oh, damn you! Fire!
So there you go. That's what Templars do. Chartsy just opened fire, so the British think that, you know, the Patriots fought, or fired first. Now they create a mayhem, and a massacre. And Haven was there as well, you know, so he's clearly alright with that happening.
I need to find Achilles.
You there? Careful now. I'm here to help.
Who are you?
Well, just a messenger. Mr. Adams wants a word.
What? Why?
Well, you'll need ask him that yourself.
The Boston Massacre was the culmination of several fights between British soldiers and the people of Boston. A group of British soldiers fired into a crowd at point-blank range, killing 5. The reality of it is less damning to the British than it sounds. What started as an argument about a wigmaker's bill of all things turned into mob. Hundreds of Boston citizens kept 8 British regulars cornered for hours. By the end of it, many were holding clubs, throwing stones, and taunting the soldiers to fire. Captain Thomas Preston was in charge of the regulars and tried to defuse the situation by talking with the crowd. They asked if his soldiers' guns were loaded, and he admitted that they were, but it would have been stupid for him to order them to fire, since at the time he was standing in front of him. It wasn't until one of the soldiers was hit by a stone which forced him to drop his musket that the regulars fired into the crowd, against the order of Preston, who later testified he never gave the command to fire. It's possible his men mistook the taunts of the crowd for an order. The regulars were arrested and tried for murder. 6 were acquitted, including Thomas Preston. The other 2 men were found guilty of manslaughter, but had their thumbs branded in lieu of the usual sentence, which was death. One of the interesting things about the massacre is what happened afterward, that is, how both sides tried to spin it to their advantage. The fact that most people call it a massacre should give you some idea of who won this particular PR war. Revolutionaries portrayed it as an attack on colonial liberties, and images of the event, popularized by Paul Revere, showed an organized British force firing into the crowd, not a confused group of soldiers cornered by an angry mob. The British, on the other hand, referred to the event the incident on King Street, and were naturally calm on a crisis, unlike countries who insist on turning every minor confrontation into a three-ring circus. Anyway, the wigmaker dropped his prices and it never happened again. I call it a victory for the board. It's definitely interesting, you know, because they call it a massacre, but 5 died, you know. But because of 5 dying, 6 of the British regulars got like executed, I think. So you know, more people got executed for the massacre than people that actually died in the massacre. So that's interesting. Also, Visit OP, thank you for following, dude, and welcome. Good to see you here. How's it going? How's T-Words?
He'll meet you tonight near Faneuil Hall. I suggest laying low till then. Over here, over here.
Samuel Adams was a Boston lawyer, a signatory of the Declaration of Independence, and a prominent political figure during the lead up to the American Revolution. I think that's put your little life into perspective, hasn't it? Adams was born in Massachusetts, the son of another Samuel Adams, who was a well-off merchant. Adams, the younger one, went to Harvard, graduating in 1740. He went into business for himself but was a dismal failure and ended up taking a job in the family brewery. A lot of men turn to breweries when their businesses fail, but in a rather different way. And that was fortunate for his historical legacy, since his relationship to beer may be the only reason most Americans have even heard of him. Adams was elected to the Massachusetts legislature in 1765, which was the beginning of his political career. He was a staunch supporter of colonist rights, mainly the ever-popular argument over whether British Parliament had a right to impose taxes, but wasn't pro-independence, at least not at first. I think it's fair to say he changed his mind later. Adams is often portrayed as an angry radical, but that's a bit of a biased picture. Adams disliked vigilantism for the most part, though he approved when a mob forced Boston's stamp collector to reassign, so perhaps he only disliked some vigilantism. In later years, when Adams was in Congress, he refused even to join a political party because he found the idea divisive, a sentiment which he shared with George Washington incidentally. However, Adams' reputation for being a rabble-rouser is somewhat understandable. He was a representative of the town of Boston after the Boston Massacre, and succeeded in having the regulars kicked out of town. He spoke at the Old South Meeting Hall just prior to the Boston Tea Party, and it said he gave a signal for the dumping of the tea, or there's some debate over whether he was involved, which I'm happy about, as a gentleman does not waste tea. Adams was infamous enough that he had to leave Boston for Lexington in 1775 to avoid arrest by the British, who considered him a troublemaker. When the siege of Boston began, the Massachusetts governor offered to pardon any rebels who would lay down their arms, except Adams and John Hancock. Overall, Adams certainly was a thorn in the side of the British, but what puzzles me is why some Americans think being an angry revolutionary was a bad thing. It got you where you are today, didn't it? Actually, hang about, yes. Maybe I see that point after all. Jesus Christ. Sean's like burning the Americans left and right. But yeah, being a Brit himself, you know, he's still taking the British side in the Revolutionary War.
You're Achilles' boy. Connor, was it? I saw what happened at the townhouse. A fine mess, that.
Who are you?
Samuel Adams, at your service. Achilles asked me to get you out of Boston.
Explain.
The whole city's looking for you.
Oh yay, oh yay! A criminal stalks the streets, wanted in connection with the massacre at the townhouse. Citizens are advised to call the guards if they see him. £10 to whoever brings this madman.
What am I supposed to do?
You can take down these posters for a start. Return to me once you remove the others. Take down those posters and then we'll talk.
Oops. Oh, I guess it kind of works. I actually wanted to jump into the haystack, but Connor jumped on the guard instead.
Ah, Connor. There you are. I'd like you to meet Cyrus.
Is he the killer?
Peace. Cyrus is on our side, or rather, for the right price, he will be.
Have you seen this man?
Watch and learn.
Oh yay, oh yay! Word has reached us that the man responsible for today's shooting may have been in disguise. A wig and makeup tin were found near the scene of the crime. Witnesses describe a middle-aged gentleman of pale complexion fleeing towards the wharves, rifle in arm.
Thank you kindly, Cyrus.
Pleasure.
Come on, then. There's still one last bit of work to do.
Where are we going?
To the printer. Where do you think all those posters came from? They're made by a machine. We need to shut it down.
So you can kind of tell, you know, that Connor's a bit uncomfortable with, you know, how he has to go about all this. Connor's usually very direct and, you know, truthful. So him trying to manipulate, you know, society into believing he didn't do what he did, it's kind of wrong in his opinion, I guess, way.
This way.
I can go by rooftop and meet you there.
No. Better you learn about the tunnels now.
Tunnels?
The Masons have a whole network of them under the city. They're quite useful when speed and secrecy are required. Here we are, then. I'll see you inside. Hold on. Use your lantern to light the lamps, Connor. They'll help us find our way should we get turned around.
I wonder why they built these tunnels.
Excellent. Let us move on. much as it pains me to say it, we must follow the rats, as they often move in the direction of an exit. Well, well. You were right. I apologize for ever doubting. No wonder Achilles has taken such an interest in you. Arse. You don't suppose lockpicking is part of your repertoire?
Hey there, Stocks. Good day to you, and welcome.
Well done. The printer isn't far. Let us reconvene there.
You ask a great deal of me, Sam.
I know, but I wouldn't be here if it wasn't important, if it wasn't vital.
Fine. Just this once, though. In the future, such things will come at a price. Resetting the type is neither quick nor easy. To say nothing of the cost should I be discovered.
I shall not forget this kindness.
Nor I.
His work will see your last little bit of notoriety erased. Come, I'll show you how to leave now that order's been restored. So, now you've had a chance to see how it all works. Untoward actions will upset the citizens and inevitably lead to the guards being called. Depending on the severity of your transgression, they may simply search a bit before giving up and returning to their posts. But should you offend them severely or repeatedly, they'll become much more aggressive in their pursuits. I've shown you 3 ways to turn the tide. Remove wanted posters, bribe town criers, or visit a printer to create your own propaganda.
This feels wrong. Why not just speak to someone and explain my innocence?
You can't be serious.
We counter one lie with another. Words on paper instantly taken as truth. And all of it without question.
They loose this beast. Or have you forgotten? I merely helped you tame and turn it round.
There must be another way. Something more honest.
Well, when you find it, do let me know. But until then, we sculpt with the clay we have.
My apologies. I do not mean to sound ungrateful.
Quite all right. I was much the same at your age. You'll grow out of it.
And if I do not? If I refuse?
Then you'll likely wind up dead. Here we are. Speak with the harbor master and he'll see you home.
Thank you for everything, Sam. I promise one day to repay the favor.
Oh, I'm counting on it.
Like this.
They added Tomb Raider and Fortnite, like Lara Croft. Interesting. Maybe they had like a marketing deal or something, you know, between the franchise and Fortnite. I guess there are lots of people who realize that you know, they can make a lot of money by connecting with Fortnite. But yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe there's like another reason for that. Right, so we can take the ship to the homestead. Because, yeah, Achilles basically left us in Boston alone. He just head back. So Connor is, you know, a bit irritated about that, I reckon. But yeah, to Achilles it was just like, you know, a lesson for him to work on his own, yes. Reverse stocks. So kind of interesting, but this is actually a place where the captain is living. But you know, he's completely by himself. Also see that or hear that he's coughing, so he's not like in the best condition, I guess. But yeah, there's basically the captain living who navigated this ship right here. Not sure if we could actually read the name of a ship anymore. Can we actually climb it? Can. It's kind of cool. But yeah, as you can see, it's in a horrible constitution. However, one thing that's interesting is, you know, you can see the Ego at the front, which is basically the figurehead for the Aquila. And this is the ship, of course, the Aquila, that is gonna be restored, and that Connor's going to be using later on, even, you know, being the captain of it. But interesting side fact about this ship is that it's also the ship that chased Haven, you know, in the North Atlantic, when they did the journey to the New World. And it's a ship that got hit by one of the thunders, and you know, that's how it got into this state, essentially. So that's why the ship is kind of like broken and not in use anymore. The Lost Sons return. So this is actually a reference to the biblical story, right? The Lost Son. It's basically that one son is like, you know, kind of like honorable and valuing the family tradition, and the other is just like going out of the world and kind of like wasting all of the money of the father, essentially. And you know, when he comes back being like completely broke and in a bad constitution, all that, the father actually celebrates a feast, because he just is celebrating, you know, that his son is coming back Even, you know, if he wasted all of the money, he's just happy to see him alive and well. So it's kind of interesting that they chose this title, because, you know, Kronos lost not for his own decision, but because Achilles left him. It's kind of like the opposite of that biblical story in a way. You know, it's like the father left the son, not the son left the father.
Welcome back.
You left me in Boston.
The training we've done here is all well and good, but experience is a better teacher by far.
What of my father?
Into the wind, I'm afraid.
We have to find him.
And we will, after the house has been repaired.
But he's out there plotting who knows what.
And what would you do when you found him? If you found him? You're a boy with a few months of training. He's a man, full grown, who spent decades honing his skills. If you're going to stand a chance against the Templars, you're going to need these. Go on before I change my mind.
Indeed, hidden blades. And double hidden blades at that. So yeah, now we're getting really started.
You, sir, please, help! He's going to die!
River Rescue.
Oh. There's no time! Please, come!
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, putting the players putting themselves in the shoes of you know, the character as well, because it's kind of like just waiting for you to get like the hidden blades and the ropes and all that. So when the character's kind of like happy or excited about it, you know,
He's just passed under the bridge!
you are as a player as well. River raid time. Right.
Someone! Help! Help me! Please! Someone! Help! Someone! Help! Someone! Help! Someone! Help! Help me!
Speaking of Valhalla, did you guys check out the new patch of Valhalla today?
What this knobbend is trying to say is he's forever in your debt, sir.
Who are you calling? A knob-end?
You, because you are one.
What were you doing on those logs?
One of the dangers of lumbering. We've got the camp set up a few rods off of here, as we're cutting timber. We're hoping to open a mill in the area.
There's a good place not far from the manor on the hill where I'm staying.
I like you already. We'll have a look.
The new patch, sorry. My pronunciation. Yeah, the new patch for AC Valhalla. You saw it in the AC Discord? Ah, very nice. Yeah, dude, I'm excited for the transmog. I'm thinking about maybe doing an AC Valhalla stream tonight, just to check out the system
Certainly use the wood.
and the new event.
The manor needs a lot of work.
That and other things. Meet me at the small shack by the shoreline when you have time. There's something else you need to see.
What is it?
What is it?
An
I was just
asset.
Aye.
We have to load these all up. Take them to Big Dave.
Oh, that timing. Did you just hear that? They said, what is it? And then the Lumberjack said it as well, like almost the same time. And there was like an unscripted dialogue as well. Was like completely random. You want Ava to have a wolf companion? I mean, with the deluxe edition, I think you get it, right? At least I have a wolf companion, like as a mount. But yeah, I can see how you wouldn't want to spend, you know, more time on it because more money on it because yeah, just, you know, more customization options, I guess. Wolf girl. Yeah, dude. Ah, okay, so I haven't played Fallout 4, but I think I get what you mean. Like, yeah, have it like be a full companion rather than just a mount, I guess. Oh, did you see that? They're throwing snowboards at us. Into the camera. Oh, I almost hit you guys. Come on, this direction.
Hey! Oops!
Kind of like the snowman with the sailor's hat. Yeah, that aim. High precision, Gere.
High precision, Gere.
Indeed.
High precision, Gere.
High precision, Gere. Welcome back, hero. Can't miss Gere. Oh, we actually have a homestead mission down here. Okay, let's actually do that first. But before we do that, I'm gonna pick up this peg-leg trinket. You just got your shot and your arm is already sore. Oh damn, dude. Yeah, I reckon it's gonna take like a day for your body to kind of get like used to it. As would be normal, I guess, if that type of procedure. But yeah, dude, I hope you feel better soon. Definitely take it easy. There's a chest somewhere. Is it like an underground entrance? Kinda looks like. Yeah, Hiro, I'm definitely hyped to see the mice play these games as well, like the rest of the Desmond trilogy, Desmond Saga. But you haven't played it, the mice. Yeah, like those like, you know, really old school AC games are just something else. The historical settings and the parkour and the characters, the writing, the soundtracks, just a thing of beauty. Okay, where might this chest be that I just heard? Maybe it was just a peg leg trinket? Might have been. Yeah, dude. I'm sure lots of people are excited to see you play these games for the first time, the mice. What I would give to get to play these games for the first time again, like especially AC2, but also like some moments in Revelations, you know, are just like so damn good. Like, after all this time, you know, they never fail to like kind of like make me emotional or kind of like really like fear for the characters and all that. Doesn't matter how many times I've seen it. But the first time is definitely something very special, you know.
God's name is going on around here. Someone pull me up!
And some?
You had your warning!
Oh. Okay. I like how he's still hanging there. Yeah, I should be dead after this. I mean, it was quite a fall. I guess the snow kind of helped.
Someone pull me up!
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you all right?
I think so. Didn't do much to me aside from a good scare. Blackguards.
What did they want with you?
My purse, which was meager, and they decided to punish me for their trouble. Silly, really. My tools and equipment were worth a king's share to the right man. In any case, I had best get on my way. It's a long walk to the nearest inn. I thank you again for your kindness.
Have you no home?
Oh, well, I was a proud resident of Boston until recently, but I'm not a supporter of His Majesty, and, well, I was forced out of my woodshop and home by loyalists.
There are plenty around here who could use the services of a skilled craftsman if you were looking for somewhere to settle.
Is that right? I may look into that.
You can post links, Cass. Yeah. Definitely feel free to share like any clips that you do. For any other links, like, you know, to anything that isn't like YouTube or any like official sites, I would always ask you guys to ask me first before like posting a link. But whenever, you know, it's like a clip or like a YouTube video or whatever, feel free to, you know, share it with the chat. And yeah, that's true as well. Since you are VIP, you can basically post anything. So you have all the rights to post and chat however you like. Oh, what are you doing, Connor? Don't jump into water. Water's cold as heck. So we gotta make sure to actually hunt all the different animal types in each region. So if we go ahead and look at the map here, we can go to hunting. And as you can see at the top left, there are 7 animals to hunt total and to find. And yeah, the beaver is one of them. And you can only find the animals in certain regions of the maps, and also to different times of the day. So that makes it a bit tricky. But yeah, I would like to work on that. Okay, let's grab this trinket and then we go to the main mission. There's the Aquila again, the ship that Connor's going to navigate later in the game. And the ship that also chased Haven. Alright, that's the beaver and the wolf found. What other animals do we have? Yes, definitely hare. I think maybe also bobcat, but maybe not. Raccoons. Deer. Maybe elks.
And a crew, and we'll find out whether it was me help the deer. I met him once, that happened. He was 7 feet tall if he was an inch, I tell ya. Legs like tree trunks and a smithy's arms. Almost broke my hand shaking it'll know. I could feel it then when I met him. No weapon made by man could harm him.
So, he's an interesting fella. Basically, he gives us letters that will lead us to certain missions related to William Kidd. Yeah, they're actually gonna be one of my favorite mission types in the entire game because they're essentially replacing the assassin tombs that we know from the early games, like 2 Brotherhood and Revelations. Backtrack missions are kind of like the assassin tombs, just in, you know, the new world essentially. So you have like less ancient architecture and stuff and more unique, you know, tomb slash chasing scenarios. But yeah, really cool stuff. I like variety and how unique they are from each other. Training begins.
Go away! Said go away, boy! Do you not speak the King's English? Oh, I didn't see you there, old man. I'd have set my home in order if I'd known you'd be calling.
The boy's name is Connor. He's here to restore the property.
Restore? Restore? Pardon my manners. She's still the fastest in the Atlantic. Sure, she needs some attention. Minor things mostly, but with a little affection, she'll fly again.
Who is she?
Who is she? Why, the Aquila boy, the ghost of the North Seas.
The boat.
A boat? She's a ship, boy, and make no mistake about it. I thought you brought him here to restore order. I reckon he's the greenest thing on the frontier.
Connor, meet me back at the manor when you've finished here.
You said it requires repairs. You able?
She does need work. A ship is a she, boy. And yes, I can refit her, but I'm lacking in the proper supplies. Some quality timber would help me get started.
I can see to that. How long before she is able to sail again?
Just get me the lumber, boy. I'll raise a crew.
Robert Faulkner is probably the most storied member of the Assassin's Navy, though he was never formally named to a position above First Mate. Robert Faulkner was the 4th generation of his family to be a seaman. I'm glad I didn't say that out loud, but first in his family to be recruited to work for the Assassins. He started off in the Royal Navy, but finding his career stalled, partly due to his inability to purchase commissions, he left to work for the United Company of Merchants. In 1753, Faulkner disappears from the historical record, presumed dead, but that's because he joined the Assassins as first mate of the flagship, the Aquila. Faulkner was much sought after as a mariner. Recruiting him was quite a coup for the Brotherhood. He had a reputation for having a disciplined crew and an almost uncanny knack for avoiding trouble, not to mention predicting the weather. Whether through years of experience or some other mysterious ability, because I totally believe in those, Faulkner would know when a storm or calm patch of sea was coming in and could use it to his advantage. Imagine that, a natural weatherman who could accurately predict the weather. The world would never see this like again. Faulkner served on board the Aquila until it was nearly destroyed in 1768. Always deferring when asked to become the captain, he never gave his reasons why. However, his love for the ship was quite touching. He had it towed to its location near Boston, despite doubts that it would ever be seaworthy again. Faulkner could have gone back to the sea aboard another ship, but didn't. He stayed close to the ever deteriorating Aquila and took to drinking, which is where Connor found him. Alright, that's a raccoon hunted and found. I like how you can't see, Connor's dagger because he doesn't have it yet. But the animation still plays, with him kind of like putting the dagger into the dead animal. But yeah, I think the animation will probably play once we have his assassin outfit unlocked.
There you are. I've something to show you. Come, take a look.
What is it?
A ledger. It lets us manage the homestead's dealings.
And these?
That was years ago. Before the slow fever, before the Templars, before everything collapsed. But that's all in the past. Better we focus on what's in front of us. Take up the ledger, and I'll teach you how it all works.
Right, there we go. Stockpile allows you to purchase items from homesteaders and display the items you currently own. Godfrey and Terry, the lumberjacks, have oak lumber available for purchase. The stockpile now contains oak lumber, but the lumberjacks are out of stock but should produce more periodically. We just realized the ID dude's voice is the voice of Samuel from Final Fantasy X. The old dude. Achilles? That's interesting. I had no idea he voiced in Final Fantasy. But yeah, dude, I love his voice acting. I think he does a really, really good job. Kinda wish they used him in Rogue. But with him being younger and Rogue, it kinda made sense, I guess. The oak logs can be sold to merchants through convoys. So we can select 3. Each merchant and location has advantages and disadvantages regarding time, risk, tax, and value of a product. Choose wisely. There we go. Oh, really? Well, that's good that he at least could bring something to the table.
Time passed quickly after that. My days a blur of study, training, and work. What little free time Achilles allowed me was spent learning about the Templars, about Charles Lee and my father. I longed to confront them, to put an end to their schemes, to ensure my people would remain untroubled and free. But I knew it was too soon, that to approach them now would see me killed. All my work would be for nothing. Patience, restraint. These proved the most difficult subjects for me. But in time, I mastered them as well. Days became months, months became years. And as my skills and knowledge grew, so too did I.
Indeed. That's also good that he kind of like realizes, you know, that he has to grow and he has to learn. Otherwise, you know, he just doesn't stand a chance against the Templars. He may have a strong will at this point, but, you know, he has lots and lots to learn. The hard way. Sail to Martha's Vineyard to equip the Aquila with cannon. Officers must also be hired to command the new guns.
Come aboard and feast your eyes, boy. No, not the left foot. Never the left foot. Horrible look. Step with your right foot first.
She is solid?
Aye. Weatherly and sleek. She'll fetch 12 knots in a stiff gale. Ne'er a ship from here to Singapore can outrun her on her best day. What do you say we take her out? Show you what she can do firsthand.
Where would we go?
As it happens, she still needs guns and the officers to command them. We'll launch straight away. Don't worry, lad. I'll make sure you sprout good sea legs. Haul in the mainsail! Get up the rigging! Hand over fist! Come on, men! Let's get her out where she needs to be! Come on, lad. No time like the present. Double time, boy. It's time you learned. Take the helm. Come on. She won't bite. You're connected to
half sail.
There we go. That's the first time I actually control a ship like this.
Killer flies again.
Nice.
Do you feel it, lad? Set a course for Martha's Vineyard. We'll find our guns and officers there. She's a nimble vessel, but the faster she goes, the more cumbersome she grows. And the firmer your hand needs to be. Enjoy this stretch of open water before we come upon those shallows. Call for full sail if you like.
Yeah, you know, like this feature obviously has influenced the AC series going forward so much. Huge part of Black Flag and Rogue. Then it's been definitely part of Origins, a huge part of Odyssey. And Valhalla also has naval, of course, though it's definitely different with the long ships.
Wind looks to be shifting.
Stay alert, Connor. Gusty winds can be difficult to manage.
But yeah, AC3 is really the game that kind of like, you know, made Naval a more essential and crucial part of the game.
Now, take us through these shallows. Careful not to run up on them. The sandbars will slow us down, but the rocks will put a hole through a hull. And if you want to make a quick tack, call for half sail. She's more maneuverable then. Mind those other vessels! Hold your tack to keep your right of way!
I love how each ship has kind of like, you know, a party going on or like music being played and stuff like this. A feature I wish Rogue and Black Flag had, to be honest, you know, kind of like showcase that each ship has like its own kind of like society in a way, right? Because that's what it is. And like things happening there, discussions, music being played. Shanties being sung. Black Flag and Rogue, it's mainly, you know, your own ship that kind of like has this atmosphere. And other ships you meet on the ocean really don't have that, I guess.
Cottages! We're close! Drop anchor. We'll go ashore, buy our guns, and find our officers. Oh, hello, Miss Mandy. You're looking every bit as ravishing as I remember.
After all these years, you sail all the way to the vineyard to pay me compliments?
We are looking for David and Richard Clutterbuck.
Nice to see you, too.
Robert Faulkner. Where the hell you been?
Sorry for leaving like I did, lads, but where I was going, no one could know. You two working much?
No. Between contracts at the moment.
Well, we're looking for gunnery officers. What would you two say to working with me again?
We'd be for getting into a few more scraps.
Good show. The Aquila is a fine vessel. We're fitting all the guns as we speak.
Looks like your friend's about to catch a beating.
Where is Charles Lee?
I don't much care for your tone, boy.
Hey, you don't want to be doing that, Biddle.
Bobby Faulkner turned to wet nursing. It's good you finally realize you're a shite sailor.
Whoa, 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 not in here, gentlemen. Better still, not at all. Bobby, take your friends and get out!
Let's go, boys. Our guns ought to be ready. Come on.
First time Connor asked the question, where Charles Lee is. But yeah, obviously he recognized Church, you know, which was there when he got attacked by the Templars. David and Richard Clutterbuck were gunners in the Merchant Navy, starting in the mid-18th century. According to their reputation, these two aren't averse to a friendly fistfight over pretty much anything, so if you're talking to them, try not to mix up their names. David is the older brother, Richard the younger. Oh, definitely don't try and be funny with her surname. The Clutterbucks were a Dutch family who moved to London when David and Richard were young. Their father was a dock worker, and so the two brothers grew up near and in the dockyards, running errands to pass the time and earn extra cash. They showed an early aptitude and affinity, if you will, for fighting. The two brothers joined a crew with Robert Faulkner on board the Stalwart in 1750, and working with him until he disappeared in 1753. Unlike many who go to sea in search of adventure and treasure, the Clutterbucks' motivation was somewhat different: guns. They grew up hearing the stories of the sea, but it wasn't until they overheard a gunner talking about the power of his cannon that they decided a sailor's life was for them. The sailor was not in fact talking about an actual cannon, but the impressionable lads missed it. You see what I'm saying? I'm saying he was talking about another type of cannon, a different weapon altogether. I'm saying he was saying his cannon had power. I'm using speech marks to make it obvious. He had a powerful weapon. He wielded an enormous penis. Still don't get it? Oh well. The Clutterbucks spent years traveling on various merchant and privateer vessels, almost always hiring on as a pair. They eventually settled semi-permanently in Martha's Vineyard, taking it as a place to rest between contracts before they would get tired of all the quiet and hire on to another crew. I'll explain the joke again later. And we have Amanda Bailey. Was a well-known and well-liked innkeeper in Martha's Vineyard around the time of the American Revolution. She was born in North Carolina in 1730, the oldest of a large family. Her mother died when she was 14, leaving young Amanda to work and help care for her younger brothers and sisters alone. Amanda first crossed paths with Robert Faulkner when she was a teenager. He was working for the United Company of Merchants. She was a barmaid. Clearly a recipe for romance. They exchanged letters. I suppose it was the texting of its day, which stopped when Faulkner disappeared from Halifax to join the assassins. Sad face. Despite reports that Faulkner had fallen overboard and was dead, Amanda felt that he was still alive. Somewhere, and after several years she went in search of him. Possibly so she could give him hell for abandoning her, but I'm speculating. She never found Faulkner and eventually settled in Martha's Vineyard, taking a job working in a local inn, which she later purchased. Amanda had a born talent for leadership and organization. She was responsible for setting up the first school in the area, not to mention advocating for improvements to the docks to bring in more business. Her inn was a hub for gossip during the Revolution, particularly if you wanted the latest in ship movements. It will probably come as no surprise to you that she was a spy for the Patriots. That's only been publicly known since 1919, when a box of her personal correspondence was found, including some coded notes in Benjamin Talmadge's handwriting. So almost 200 years after she was born, we found the letters. And we have Nicholas Biddle. He was an ambitious young sailor who became one of the first captains of a Continental Navy. Biddle joined the Royal Navy in 1770, I mean the British side, but when the American Revolution started he offered his services to the Continental Congress. So a traitor then, though it's funny how you lot don't generally see it that way. Anyway, while he was only a midshipman for the British, Congress quickly gave him command of his own ship, the Franklin. In 1776 was offered an even better deal, command of a brand new ship named the Randolph. History is mute on the reasons behind Biddle's rise to prominence. However, I think I might be able to solve a mystery. We saw Church recruiting him when Connor stopped at Nantucket. Biddle eventually became a privateer for the Continental Congress, patrolling British shipping routes harassing their ships and keeping the spoils from any who he could capture. He had a reputation as an excellent captain. He divided the spoils evenly, but never used corporal punishment against his crew. What a softy. Pitiful, really. Or I think you can see why that would be a job perk.
What the hell was that about?
The older man is a Templar. Who was he with?
A Templar? The young buck was Nicholas Biddle. Nobody. Sails before the mast. Midshipman for the Crown.
Are the guns ready?
Aye, but we won't jump in over our heads. We'll find a suitable target and show you how they work. We've fitted her with a modest amount of guns to start, but rest assured there's ample room to add more should you feel the need.
Looks like a British frigate with half seas over. Should do nicely for a spotted target practice. Bring her round broadside, and when all guns are on target, call fire.
For a start.
Well done, boy. Now, aim all guns at her bow and do as much damage as possible.
Some old powder in there.
Good. Now give the swivel guns a turn. More precise. Hit those old powder barrels and light up the sky.
Never gets old. Not bad for a spot, Captain.
You are a fast learner.
Provided something interests me.
Ah, getting a taste for the open sea, are we? We'll make a jack tar out of you yet. Now we should be getting back. The old man is like to have my hide for keeping you out so long.
Why is he shooting at us?
Destroying property of the Crown, disturbing the King's peace, take your pick.
What do we do?
Naught else but to fight back. Sink the bastard.
Use the swivels on him, Captain.
English frigate! I'll be betwattled, another one. Where in the bloody hell did she come from? Carry on, sailor. Not bad for your first voyage, eh, boy?
Now we best be getting back, or the old man will have my guts for garters.
Really, Hero? I had no idea. I didn't see that in the patch notes. But maybe it was like meant to be a surprise or something. But yeah, dude, that's awesome. I'm very much looking forward to how the outfit looks like.
I got 'em! All of 'em! You get what I need, and I'll give 'em to you. Simple. You got a ship, could find 'em all to boot.
Who is that man?
Him? Some old salt always on about letters he's got from Captain Kidd. Nonsense, really, but he doesn't hurt no one, so I'll leave him be. Talk to him if you fancy, but be warned he'll chew your ear off. Anyway, the Aquila's here for you. If you should get a pang for the open sea, we'll be waiting. Now, I implore you to head up the hill before the old man comes out of retirement just for me.
Ah, so is it like a pack that you have to buy with like real money?
3 weeks. And not even a goodbye before you left.
Sorry.
Well, what are you waiting for? Put them on. Once upon a time, we had a ceremony on such occasions. But I don't think either of us are really the type for that. You've your tools and training, your targets and goals. And now you have your title. Welcome to the Brotherhood, Connor.
There we go. That is sequence 5 finished. And we finally got the outfit. Ah, so that's interesting. So is it like a Uplay reward or something, Hero? Or how do you like access
Happy to hear there's actually good news for once.
or redeem the pack?
Yeah? I've managed to locate a power source, and it's relatively close by. Up for a trip to Manhattan?
Is it safe to leave? Abstergo's gotta be looking for us.
Obviously it's not safe. Can't exactly sit around here hoping to get lucky though, can we? We need that power source. Besides, I'm sure you can cook up some way to hide our movements.
Maybe. The Templars have access to all kinds of satellites and camera systems. We'll need to find a way to mask our digital signature. I can probably camouflage the van, too. But there's not much I can do for us.
That's an easy one.
What do you mean the older one, Waffle? William?
Utility companies have assured the public that they're
Due to the right here?
for the upcoming solar maximum. Disruptions to service are expected to be minimal.
If only they knew.
What's this?
A remote-operated camera. It'll provide us with a feed while you're on mission. This will let us talk to each other.
We're almost there, so listen up. The artifact is in an office penthouse in Lower Manhattan. At this time of night, direct infiltration is going to get you noticed. I think we're better off having you drop in from above.
What do you mean, above?
Ah, you mean Achilles. Yeah, apparently he was also in Final Fantasy 15 or something.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
At least according to Kess.
Now why don't you power up the camera? I've got pictures. Running diagnostics.
So yeah, maybe he was also in Red Dead. Could have been, I guess.
I've got a nice strong
There are actually quite some connections between this game and Red Dead 2, which is that the nature, wildlife and snow physics team that worked on this game ended up working on Red Dead 2 and did the same there. So like all the nature, wildlife, snow physics and all that has been created by the same team that also worked on this one. And that's really good here though. I'm glad it's a free reward. And 300 opal as well. Guess I kind of want to give a favor of the community. But yeah, I mean, I take the 300 free opal. It's enough to get at least 2 really good items. I see Waffle. I love this mission right here, by the way. Like the modern day missions in AC3 are just so good.
Seriously, Sean? Fuck you.
Yep. That's New York right here. And we're very high up a skyscraper. This is how Stora must feel when they do like parkour on rooftops. I gotcha, Cass, yeah. That's definitely something that I sometimes have as well, you know, kind of like voice actors that kind of remind you of each other. I think you saw Spider-Man swinging about Desmond. Yes. You'd imagine like having a Spider-Man Easter egg here. Feeling being on the edge in real life is awesome. Yeah, to be honest, not to me. To me it's the feeling of being scared. But yeah. Like, being up here would be horror to me. At least being like on the edge. But you know, it's definitely interesting how different it is for some people. Like when we watch the Stora documentary, you know, those people also love the feeling up there. And kind of gives them like a thrill and stuff. But I can definitely understand that, you know, because I also are a fan of like extreme sports. Like this is one of the things that would be a no-no to me personally. Because yeah, I just can't take heights where,
no security to worry about.
You know, one wrong step could be like your death.
You're effectively paced.
Yeah, that. What Sean just said. Wrong one misstep means you're paced. I'm more a fan of speed, I think, to be honest. Like for example, you know, when I like whenever I'm like snowboarding or like skiing, I like to go like on really fast speed sometimes. Like that type of stuff is like giving me a thrill. Because I know that if I fall, you know, I might like break a bone, but I'm not going to die. At least not necessarily. I could die, but it's not that likely. Damn, dude, yeah. You feel like a maintenance guy?
Almost there, Desmond. Once you reach
You basically have to live with heights, don't you?
high enough to make the jump.
Should?
It'll be fine, don't worry.
Well, you might want to worry a little. I'm pretty sure she was high when she was running the numbers.
Sean!
A joke. It was a joke. Or was it?
Rebecca's blazing it. This view, just look at this. Also, hey there, O-Dog. Yeah, the modern day missions are so good. I can't recommend these enough. It's kind of cool seeing Desmond like actually go out on missions like this. This is what the modern day Assassin's Creed should feel like. Like, look at this viewpoint.
Jump when you're ready, but wait for my signal to open the chute. Timing's really important here. Too soon or too late and you'll miss the building. Now! Open your chute, now!
That wasn't so bad.
So, you must be Desmond. Not exactly what I expected, but I guess your kind doesn't have many options these days.
Who are you?
Ask your father. Now give me that.
I don't think so.
Look, I'm not supposed to kill you, but the boss man didn't say anything about fucking you up. So you got to the count.
Oh. You shouldn't have come that close to Desmond.
So who the hell is Daniel Cross?
Believe it or not, he used to be an assassin. The assassin, the way I've heard it told, but it turned out he was a sleeper agent for Abstergo, programmed to infiltrate and destroy the organization.
How did he know you were there? We could be compromised.
They must have caught me snooping inside their network and sent Cross to see what we were after. If they were aware of our current location, we'd know. Though, I will say this. Doesn't bode very well for future expeditions.
I've set up some cameras topside. If anyone shows up, we'll see it.
I'd suggest you go see about finding a socket for that power source. Or we can return to Connor if you prefer. All the artifacts in the world won't mean a thing without the key.
Alright, let's go ahead and talk to William.
Son, I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have lashed out like that. You have to understand, I've never been very good at this. Never mind that we live rather extraordinary lives.
Yeah, I kinda liked my ordinary one.
You can't escape who you are, Desmond.
So I've noticed.
Look, it's silly for us to go back and forth like this. I admit, I did a shitty job raising you. I apologize, I'm sorry. But it's important you understand it didn't come from a bad place. You're my son. I love you. I guess I was so busy trying to make sure nothing bad happened, I didn't consider the consequences. Truce.
It's something that I love about William's character as well, you know, he's very harsh and kind of strict and stuff, you know, but he does it because he kind of has, you know, feels like he has to do it to, you know, do everything before the 21st of December in time, essentially. You know, when he's like pushing so hard, it's kind of like to be, you know, on time, on track for whatever is happening, you know, at that time, or what's coming to Earth, I guess.
I can't believe it's taken me so long to ask, but how's Mom? She's not...
No. Your mother is fine. We decided it was safer if we split up for this job.
Always assuming the worst.
For good reason.
Can I at least say hi to her?
I'm sorry, it's too risky. Maybe when we're done.
Right. When we're done.
Damn. That foreshadowing.
Have we ever tried to make peace with the Templars?
Throughout our history, there have been moments. Several, in fact. But it's impossible. There are existential differences, insurmountable. If there were to be unity, it wouldn't be a truce so much as a submission.
But knowing what's about to happen, wouldn't it make sense to try and talk to Vidic? Come to an arrangement, even if it's only temporary?
We'd all be so busy watching our backs, nothing would get accomplished. Imagine that. We're more productive at war.
Well, have we ever tried sending in someone? Doing to them what they did to us with Lucy? Or Cross?
We have, and it's never worked. We've sent people who were either too weak and found themselves turned, or too strong and were unable to carry out the charade.
I just feel like we all want the same thing.
We use the same words, but that's all they are, words. In the end, it all comes down to freedom. We seek it, they detest it. And so there's never an end to the fight. Not until one side is completely gone.
Is that even possible?
Probably not. Our two groups have existed in one form or another since, well, since forever. But things can be better than they are. And that's something.
So I feel like this is really interesting what they just said here, you know. Because, yeah, like, the fight will probably never stop because there will always be people who want all the power for themselves and try to control society or people, you know, to do their bidding. And there will always be people who don't agree with this and try to resist, you know, and try to fight for their liberty. So this fight is not like, you know, bound to the Assassin or Templars, it's just kind of like a result of like an everlasting conflict that always was there. Like both organizations are a result of that. So yeah, in the end it doesn't even have to do that much, you know, with like Templars or Assassins, but just with like, as he says, like it comes down to freedom. The Assassins seek it, the Templars detest it. And there will always be people that are not bound to these societies in the AC universe that, you know, do the same.
Did you look for me, Dad? When I was gone?
Every day.
Come on.
I mean it. Every night I'd look, searching for your name or variations of it, hoping you'd slip up. Abstergo only found you first because they had better access. A few more days and it would have been me.
Well, I'm here now.
And I'm glad.
Do you think Lucy regretted what she was doing?
I used to think I knew her well, but clearly that wasn't the case. So I really can't give you an honest answer.
She seems so sincere, though. Like she really wanted to make a difference.
Yes, well, when I first met him, I thought the same thing about Cross.
It just keeps happening over and over again.
What does?
Everything.
Don't get weird on me, Desmond.
No, it's fine. I'm fine. Don't worry.
All right, then. You should think about getting back in the Animus. We've got to find that key.
Don't get weird on me, Desmond.
We should probably get back to Connor.
Right, let's go and talk to Sean.
Ah, Desmond, there you are. Can I ask a favor?
Maybe.
When this is all over, I'd like to try turning the dial back on the Animus. Like, all the way back. To the time of the first civilization.
You think it would work?
There was no real loss of fidelity when you visited Altair. Then again, that was about 1,000 years ago, and I'm looking at going back at least 70,000 more.
Sure, I'd be up for it. Be interesting to see what things were like back then.
Excellent. I think it would prove most enlightening.
I would have loved to see that, you know, Sean and Desmond going back to first civilization through the Animus. If only they could make a game where Sean and Rebecca are like protagonists, because that's literally what Darby McDevitt, the lead writer for Valhalla, you know, tried to pitch, essentially. He wanted to make them be like protagonists of modern day, and then make you able to like switch back and forth between the two. I hope that ever happens, but not sure if it ever will.
So this is how it started.
What are you up to?
Just brushing up on my American history. Well, I say history. They certainly teach you strange things in the States.
Like what?
Well, for all the talk of this being a revolutionary war, it was a civil one. Well, not that kind of civil. I mean, there was no America versus Britain. It was Brit on Brit action. And you can clearly see how the whole thing got started. One war gave birth to the other.
You mean the 7 Years' War?
Exactly. Seems the Crown overspent in its attempt to keep the French out, wound up with a great deal of debt. Believing that the colonists should help to shoulder the burden, new taxes were created. It was a reasonable request, even if Parliament was rather, well, undiplomatic about it.
Well, it's not really fair to tax people for a war they didn't want any part of.
What? Didn't want any part of? Did you not notice George Washington with Edward Braddock? He was right there in the middle of it. So here you have the Crown spending who knows how much money to secure a place for the colonists to thrive, and then, when they ask for a little bit of help... Right, look, think of it this way. King George and the colonists, they all go out to dinner, right? And when the bill comes, George asks for them to kick in and pay their share. Fair enough. But keep in mind, he's been taking them out to dinner gratis for decades now. But the colonists, oh no, they insist they only had a glass of water and a side salad. Never mind the table's full of half-eaten food and empty bottles of wine. Now, when the king points this out, what do the colonists do? Oh, they flip the table over and they storm out the restaurant. Probably intending to return later and burn it down.
You left out the part where the king pointed a gun at the colonists and asked them to cover dinner for everyone in the restaurant.
Right, yeah, interesting take. If he pulled out a gun, and I'm not sure he did, it would only have been after the 100th failed attempt at getting them to pay their fair share.
But how do you define someone's fair share?
Oh, well, with a war, apparently.
Yeah, great discussion here. I like when Desmond says you forgot the point where King George was pointing a weapon at the colonists and, you know, asked to basically take credit for everybody. Cover the cost for everybody, including the Brits. It's kind of good because it kind of showcases, you know, how, I guess, a bit more complex the matter is as well. It's not always a matter of, like, right or wrong, or like one side, you know, being always the right. But I think it's good how this game kind of, you know, tries to bring a more neutral or grey light on, you know, certain historical figures like George Washington, you know. If he showcases that he was indeed having slaves, you know. He was part of a Braddock expedition. And all that. He did burn down villages. of indigenous Mohawk people. Like it all happened.
I wonder how many other places like this exist.
There are dozens of them, all over the world.
And somehow no one's ever found one before us.
I don't think that's true.
Oh?
When I was at Abstergo, Vidic talked about silencing discoveries made by non-Templars. And I'm sure Abstergo has dug up plenty.
The things they must know.
Regretting throwing in with us?
No. Just looking forward to when we can finally trounce those bastards so I can dive into their archives. Oh, I think I found a lead on another power source. Later, Desmond. I'm in the middle of something very important right now. Just, that's a rule. Just follow that as a rule.
Right, let's talk to Rebecca. And that's the last thing we do for today.
I know everyone thinks I'm being silly, but I can't shake the feeling we're being watched.
We are being watched. By Juno. Or some version of her.
Do you think it's a recording? Or is she a ghost? Or something else? Is she talking to us the way Minerva talked to Ezio?
No clue. I mean, who knows what else they were working on down here? There's still so many rooms we don't have access to.
But do you think she's like literally down here, waiting somewhere, still alive?
Still alive? That's mental. That means she'd be at least 75, 80,000 years old? Oh, powerful, yeah, but not that powerful.
They came down here looking for a way to survive. Maybe they found one.
Oh man, I would love to talk about certain AC game right now, but for spoiler reasons I'm not going to. But yeah, it would be good once we get to that part.
Was it weird seeing Cross?
What do you mean?
It's different for you. You don't know about what happened, I guess. For a long time, he was important to us. He was a different person.
Sean said he was a sleeper agent, like Lucy.
It was different. She made a choice, but Cross, if you read the files, Abstergo just... They did terrible things to him.
Rebecca?
You're lucky. We all are. We have people who care about us, who look out for us. He was all alone, and the people he thought he could trust, they used him.
Did you know him?
No, but I knew Hannah.
Who's that?
She tried to help him. She trusted him. But there was a raid about a year ago. She stayed behind so the others could escape. Tried to reason with him to see if she could fix things.
Well, what happened?
What do you think happened? He killed her. That's what he does. That's all he knows how to do. Sometimes it seems like that's all any of us know how to do.
Rebecca.
Damn it. I mean, Rebecca has a point, you know, like the constant killing back and forth between Templars and Assassins, and you know what the Assassins really want is peace, of course. But it's just difficult to maintain, you know, with all the backstabbing and conflicts and all that. It seems like no matter how hard, you know, the Assassins try throughout time, if it's history or modern day, they always are in a fight with the Templars, you know, rather than actually living the vision of the future that they, you know, have.
I just want to be alone right now.
Which is peace, ultimately. But yeah, it's difficult, you know, with Abstergo basically having control on, like, all the companies, like, in almost every part of society. You know, they have to do something. And they do. But yeah, guys, this shall be it for today. So I'm gonna go ahead and back out of the game. And yeah, then we're gonna find ourselves a raid target. But I wanna thank you all very, very much for coming by and joining. for yet another AC session. Big thanks to Visit OP, Bucario, Bias, and also Gimli, Son of Gloin, for follows. Also want to say thanks to Dubtone and Rod for raiding, as well as 2K Cowdog. Very much appreciate the raids. And yeah, thank you everybody else for being here, chatting, lurking. Very much appreciate all the discussions we had today and everybody, you know, coming by. Always good to see you guys in chat. Cheers, Mona. Thank you for being here, dude. I hope you have a great day. Very Swaffle, thank you also for being here. Very much appreciated. And yeah, no worries, Cass. Good to see you in chat. And yeah, I was glad to be able to, you know, stream a bit longer today. For you as well. But yeah, guys. Looking who's online, I see Demise playing the Saboteur. We also have Eric playing Fallout 4. So I don't get to raid Demise that often, so I think we're gonna go and say hi to him. We just started like 7 minutes ago, so yeah, let's go and say hi. Yeah, guys, also make sure to check out Waffle. He's currently playing Minecraft, but also wants to play more of the AC series. We also have Cass playing AC Valhalla, among other games like Yakuza and Doom Eternal. And if you want to catch more streamers of community, we have Rod, Moru, AJ, Kobe, and Demise, as well as Hiro. So lots of great guys and girls to check out and follow if you haven't yet. But yeah, guys, I will catch you over at Demise. Have a good one and see you next time.